Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful. Snowflakes should not view this content under any circumstances, even if supervised by a G.I. Joe, Navy SEALs, Army vet, or someone with good common sense. The views and opinions expressed, including the depictions of persons of color, corrupt politicians, white people with or without a tan, haters who have yet to brush their teeth typing angrily in the comment section with hot breath syndrome, do not reflect any official policy or position of the U.S. government. This program contains graphic language, dark comedy, unique intelligence, creativity, a high credit score, and high blood pressure when triggered. This program has also been accused of racism, violence, misogyny, mansogyny, feminism, MGTOWism, defacement of celebrities, and of course, being a bully. Welcome to Thought Crimes.
Thought Crimes.
Welcome to Thought Crimes, everyone. Welcome to Thought Crimes Picnic Talk, and we got Jay Hove right here, right now. Hove, spit some fire for everybody here at this picnic.
Niggas getting upset out there in the game. You guys know what time it is. You know what my name is. I'm gonna say that one more time. Niggas talking about they got a drumstick, but they dumb sick. I'm not the one that you think that I'm young slick. I come through with a flat, but not a chicken coop. Nigga, when I come through with the convertible roof, I'm hurting you dudes, I'm sliding off your roof. You go talk crazy to them crackers. I said you go talk crazy to them crackers, Jew. Niggas speaking on my name, you think it's a game. I put a honeybee, that's a honeybee. Think about it, bun, Beyonce. Anytime one of you niggas get to flexing, that's when I get to talking about the weapon. My secret weapon, Beyonce. Some of you niggas wanted her to be your fiance. I'm out here in Philly, bringing these raggedy niggas on stage because I threw a couple of bucks at them. Being still running around here talking about, yo, I'm eating out of the Roach van. I said, keep cooking in that truck, Captain. You guys know what time it is. You know what rhyme it is. These stupid dumb niggas named Thought Crimes talking about they predicting my moves when I was moving in the back, shooting at fools. Getting this nigga Drake the fuck up out of here. But I ain't voted for Trump. I'm not deporting anybody. But anybody wanted the trouble, I'll hit them with the pump. I'll hit them with the pump. I'ma run that back one more time, niggas.
Welcome to Thought Crimes, everyone. This is your girl Sincere, and I'm here with...
Yo, this is your man P Solo back in the building once again. And of course, the soap opera that we all come to know and love as hip hop. How's everybody in the chat too, by the way? Oh, look at those beautiful smiley emojis.
We're here. Okay, so this has been over 10 years in the making. All the assassins that Hove sent after Drake. Allegedly,
Sin. Allegedly.
Have failed, and Snowman is still here.
Your boys got big off my name. That's big enough.
So now, the heavyweight title fight that we've been waiting for and talking about is now here. It's here now. Now, Iceman did have a lot of shots and traps on it. Whisper My Name is the best song on the album. We're going to have an Iceman album review soon. But he was referring back to a lot of the bars that Drake had for him on Whisper My Name. Of course, he also went after Nicki, trying to say people calling me a ped, but they can't. Their father of their children can't even take their kids to school.
I'm not going to even speak on that.
He taking shots at Nicki Minaj and her family.
Oh.
Then you got also the strays at Ye, basically saying, you trying to get under my skin. Look what happened to the other
Look what happened to Rivera.
So is Jay-Z talking about killing?
Nigga, you know what I mean when I say getting under your skin.
So is Hov,
and I'm not talking about Skim.
So
who gives a fuck about Kim?
Is Hov talking about getting Ye stabbed allegedly? Who knows? Okay.
Cut his fat off the back of his neck. I'll cut his fat off the back of his neck.
Also, Jay-Z sounded very angry. Usually when he does a cappella, he usually be more smooth with it. There was a lot of anger this time.
I had to cut the wicks. Too many shots on Iceman. He shut off the wicks.
He was focused also on Dame Dash, on Tory Lanez. He said,
dumbass dusty plaque, fake teeth are falling out of your mouth, nigga.
He said Tory in prison, but it ain't me.
The leprechaun getting stabbed up in prison. Did you listen to what I said? The leprechaun getting stabbed up in prison.
Then a little bit of strays of Diddy with all on the alcohol.
You fucked up, not me.
And then he went after Jaguar and blamed Questlove.
Questlove, you mama built nigga, you gonna introduce me to this wild cat?
If it was any of a lesser man, Jay said he would have cut Quest off.
I would have cut you off, but nigga, you got a band and you're valuable, now I don't want to pay.
Quest did that set for free for reparations.
Apologize, nigga. Apologize, nigga. Bastiat Hov is dead. Afro Man is back out, and I ain't hit a white bitch.
Now, I will say this to give the Snow Walker credit.
Yeah, man.
After losing 2 battles out of the 3 of alleged assassins, he's still walking around with his head held high, and his Ice Snow Walker album was able to get Hov outside.
So nigga, you got all the shots on your album. Talk to them crackers, don't talk to me.
I do. I talk to him. I talk to the Jews. I'm Jewish. I tell Lucian, you Jew. I'm Jew. I talk to him. So what the fuck is Hov talking about, man? Huh? What is he talking about?
I said talk to them crackers, not to me.
The fuck is he talking about? What is he? Does he not know? So they don't. So niggas don't call Jews crackers?
That is true. Drake did diss Lucian Grange.
All up and down Iceman. The 2 people that got dissed the most on Iceman is Jay-Z and Lucian Grange. And also, I want to take our time saying let's not run off too fast, Shawty.
That's true. Drake,
we got to slow it down.
Drake dissed the black side and the Jewish side.
There you go. All right. And he dissed Israel. So let's slow this down because I'm telling you all right now, I told y'all hip-hop media gets on my nerve. They get on my nerve now. How many times, y'all know we've been talking about this and we say, hey, guys, there's something going on. But y'all saw everybody was tiptoeing around and Hov ain't going to respond. I says the only other bigger rapper in the game is Drake. Hip-hop purity aside, if you want to get into Jizza versus Inspector Deck, that's fine. But that ain't what this battle is about. So this is the first time Jay-Z is having to come outside for a said flashier, sassier half nigga. All right? So, Jay-Z, if you listen to the bars up there, is it just me, you all, or did the man himself seem a little angry? He seemed a little angry. I mean, he came out there.
He seemed very angry.
He was rocking the Macy cut.
He shot at the Ye because he said, basically in his bars, he said, you mentioned my kids.
You'll die.
To try to get under my skin. You gonna get like he did.
You gonna get alive.
So he had a lot of shots towards everybody, and again, to give credit to Drake, if Iceman didn't come out,
yeah, man,
Jay-Z would not have been on that stage.
Look at him, he cut his hair.
Just like we can admit,
fucking with him.
Young Money all looked up to Jay-Z. Jay-Z wouldn't have been on that stage without Drake and Iceman. So Drake did get under his skin as well.
Niggas look up to me. I never looked up to them.
Right.
You looked up to me, nigga. I'm taller than you. I'll bring out 2 niggas left over from the crew. That's Beans and Freak. Shouts out to them.
You get what I'm saying? So now we at this point where people are going to have their little conversations. I know everybody online politicking, people being pro Rock Nation, people being pro OVO, TD Lang, PG Lang, they somewhere up in there filming shit, right? But the reality of the situation, folks, we told you guys from the very beginning, this is a bare knuckle event. Kendrick and Drake's beef is something else set completely differently aside. The real issue, we told you guys from the very beginning, has always been Jay and Drake. No one else. All right? So you saw Jay-Z's been outside and he's spinning the block. He's talking about chatty patties. Now, him and Dame Dash's tumultuous divorce.
It's a big divorce in hip-hop.
It's probably the biggest divorce in hip-hop. I think it's the biggest breakup in hip-hop because it's consumed hip-hop for the last 20 years.
30 years.
Yeah.
To your point,
it's the biggest divorce in hip-hop.
Executives, yeah.
It's the biggest divorce.
You can't think of it. It is the biggest divorce in hip-hop history.
Because it's like Jay-Z's the bad bitch wife and Dame Dash is the angry, pissed off, bitter husband.
That's how Hov was painting it, yeah.
She's still mad at me. I didn't moved on.
Dame paints it as Jay-Z works with the feds.
Yes. That
Jay-Z was the one that came in the shadows and ruined a lot of business deals in hip-hop. And also, for people that's already going to get mad at this narration and be like, well, you anti-Hov, you got to get off of Hov's dick because Dame ain't the only one who said that.
Pause, Sam.
Kaepernick said that. Jermaine Dupri said it but walked it back. You had what's that the dude who used to work for TMZ? The one who
Van Lathan.
Van came out and said Rock Nation sent out hit pieces on Kaepernick.
Now Jay-Z got a haircut like Kaepernick.
So you had a lot of people who have said the same thing that Dame has said about Jay-Z sending corporate henchmen to mess up deals. Also, Cameron and Mace said it on their show.
Yeah, about the Fanatic situation. They said that allegedly, Wick Jay-Z, we're talking about with the Wicks, shouts out to the Floridian niggas, but Jay-Z with the Wick allegedly blocked on their deal.
That's what Dame and Mace, that's what Cam and Mace said, yeah.
Their podcast is based on ads. Now, I will tell you this.
50 Cent said the same thing.
I'll tell you this, ladies and gentlemen.
He said Jay-Z tried to block him from the halftime show.
Yeah. I think 50 wanted to fight Jay. You know they both box, right?
He still wants to fight.
He wants to fight Jay-Z.
50 Cent probably were like, yo, no shots for me.
Yeah.
No, big nigga. Look at your face. It's all bloated. You're loaded.
Jay-Z got
water in your muscle. It's too much trouble. And this is just the opening.
Jay-Z got so many people to respond to.
At the stadium, niggas, I'm going in.
He missed like 20 other people.
Fuck them. They're going on that Summer Jam screen. July.
Now, listen. People usually, inside and outside the industry, they typically behind the scenes get tight with us. They don't get angry because they know that I don't care and Sin don't care. They get upset with us. I'm upset because we call it down the middle. That's all it is. All right? We call it down the middle. That's what it is. Now, we got our jokes in the process, but we called it down the middle with Jay-Z and Drake for a long time now.
Well, right? And we say when where a person is right on. Until more evidence come out, we don't know if Rock Nation had anything to do with Tory, but Tory people believe that it does. Yeah. As for
that part, we didn't go too far into that.
Right. As for the Drake assassins, no, we keep it in 100. In 2017 and 18, we said that allegedly in hip hop, Meek Mill, Pusha T, Kendrick Lamar, from Drake's perspective, we've said this for a long time, that everybody who comes after him is always standing next to Jay-Z.
So, okay.
And that's Drake's perspective, which is why he's like, I'm aiming for the head, on Iceman.
You heard what he said?
I'm tired of Jigga.
He said, my fault for mistaking my sons for my brothers. So he says, I'm not talking to no more of you niggas.
And that also, right? For people who don't know, that's why he messes with Future, and because Atlanta is an important hip-hop port, just to let y'all know, because a lot of people are confusing. It's like, why not J. Cole? Why you can't forgive J. Cole? Drake is not fucking with anybody
any one of those tentacles
who's super close to Jay-Z.
He's not.
If you listen to Iceman, he said you went to Hov for a second opinion. And that was on Make Them Pay.
Make Them Pay. Now, let's get into it, okay? Because we didn't already had everybody bite up the commentary that they swore to God nothing was going on. And I don't know how y'all niggas do that shit. Y'all say that's not true, and then y'all bite it up. So anyway, let's get to the real facts of the situation here. Jay-Z is a classically trained magician, no pen MC.
Yes, he is.
Probably one of the greatest technicians of modern MCing today. No matter how you feel about him.
Even when he tried to troll Nicki by mentioning Ken.
All right.
How he flipped the words. That's very clever.
A lot of crazy stuff.
But Nicki said she has a couple of traps for Jay-Z too, so we'll see what happens.
All right. Now, because she armed herself up with the feds. She says, oh, nigga, if I got to fight you, I got to have the feds. Allegedly. Right? So that's why she's over there with Don Trump. Sin and I talked about it when we was on the stream. It was called about the Erica Kirk dynamic, and we told folks early on, we said, no, the politics are very important. That is why you're hearing Jay-Z saying, I got MAGA on me.
Right.
Why is he saying that now? Well, who is over there that wasn't over there before?
Nicki. All
right, nigga Minaj.
And remember, for all the predictors out there, we said Nicki was going to go over there with the Trump administration and also be out there with Erica Kirk and stuff like that. But yeah, a lot of it did stem from the fact that a couple of years ago, she went after Live Nation. And y'all saw Tommy Dorfman on our show.
Shouts out to Tommy.
He's in 16 years of litigations with Live Nation. But anyway, he says, according to him and the information he has, a lot of artists' lives are in danger or they're threatened if they go after the cartel, alleged cartel, Live Nation and Michael Rapino, which he also believes is the same thing as Rock Nation. So her going over there to try
makes sense.
The power competition thing, it makes sense.
Now, Nicki has been turning things up. Just like they said allegedly behind the scenes, Jay-Z turns things up. All right? Drake is turning things up. All right? And I know people have their picks and favorites, and they're like, no, the real story is this guy versus that guy. No, that's not it. I told you guys, it was always going to be Drake versus Jay-Z. It was just going to be that. All right, because in music, and if you just want to dwarf it down,
versus Rock Nation.
Young Money versus Rock Nation,
which we talked about 2018.
We talked about that, right?
Said Nicki, if you go over there with the Jay-Z brunch, you're gonna regret it.
Yes, you're right about that. We talked about that
in 2018, and she definitely does regret it.
Try to put out a bird call for some of them niggas. We talked about Drake. And we talked about what's the little Libra boy name? ASAP. Good album, but ASAP, come on, nigga. You a watchful Libra nigga. And I always said, I told Sin, I says, nah, that nigga, it ain't about the music. That nigga waiting to catch a bus. That bus was Rihanna, Marta, Fenty. All right? So, at this point in time, Jay-Z, hands are a little pressed in this situation. Now, Jay-Z does understand the effect of the internet. I don't think he quite grasped the power of social media.
Well, he does to some degree.
Yeah, so there's a bit of understanding because of what we talked about with Busby in 2024.
Yeah, after the Tony Busby situation, Jay-Z allegedly got more involved with the internet. This is why you see a lot of journalists and a lot of commentators that are from the industry be pro Rock Nation.
It's a lot of them.
And that's why a lot of them are so thirsty of trying to put MAGA on top of Drake. Not because it's about really getting MAGA the fuck up out of hip hop, because then you would talk about Rick Ross, and then you have to talk about Desiree Perez and Snoop Dogg and Harry O and so on and so forth.
Oh, and Ice Cube.
Ice Cube and all that.
Ice Cube.
It's about altering perception, which is also what Drake's and Nicki people are trying to do. So everyone is in this altering perception war. So it's not really about the greater good of anything, which is why I'm getting tired of the woke and anti-woke shit. Like, none of y'all fucking care. Y'all trying to get brownie points to get the other person out the paint, whatever.
And that's cool. I mean, that's the game of life they opted into. All right? It's just what it is. All right? I'm going to be honest with you. Okay? So Sin is right about that. But the reality of the situation is what's very interesting in this dynamic. Again, going back to my original statement, Jay-Z is an articulate, fabulous, excellent lyrical marksman. I'm just talking about the skills. I don't know the nigga, so don't come at me.
He is a lyrical marksman.
All right?
Yeah.
The nigga's a lyrical monster, which is why a lot of people assume that he was going to get Nas the fuck up out of here right away. Get him out of here. Get that little nigga out of here. Oh, y'all still, that little golden lord black nigga ain't did shit since Illmatic.
They were,
right?
A lot of people in hip-hop was shocked when Nas got Conquer and won against Jake.
Yeah, okay. So
Jay-Z. Why did I say I just fused Jay-Z and Drake together?
Jay-Z and Drake, because there's something spiritually you're picking up, because they are lifestyle niggas. Drake is lifestyle rap without the dope dealing. Okay? All right? But he does have some street aesthetics and allegedly clearly goons around him too.
Well, Ye did say that Jay-Z and Drake have shooters.
He said the only two people in hip-hop that got real shooters is Jay-Z and Drake. All right? So this is what's going to be interesting about this dynamic. It's 2026. It's not 2016. So the rap cultural landscape is in a bit of a drought. Okay? That's why a lot of people got excited about Kenny versus Aubrey, and then they got depressed after Aubrey disappeared. Okay? Now, again, you have your picks. If you have your favorites, if whoever's your favorite is your favorite, but Drake and Jay-Z are getting into it now, but the landscape has shifted because when Jay-Z came out and Future was on board with him, I got the keys, and another one, everybody was still running around. And remember, that was like a bit of a Black-ish Lives Matter. That's why I call it Black-ish Lives Matter, because it didn't have no soul in it. All right, let's just be real. It's Black-ish Lives Matter. So when he came out, he had T.I. in the video. He had Rick Ross in the video. He had Swiss Beats. It was him reunifying the industry like Jay-Z did previously with Tidal. That has always been a very special power of Jay-Z, is that at any point in time, he can weaponize networks within culture, have them stand around him and say it is us for the culture. Drake's unique gift is that he's an outsider. Part of him is a bit of a reject / geek, how people perceive him. And the other side of it, he's very popular with the jocks. He's very popular with the ladies. Very popular with some of the street niggas. A lot of street niggas I know or knew, they love Drake's music. Even the nigga that allegedly killed Tupac, Keefe D, said his favorite rapper was Drake.
And also his father's bloodline, too, is very important. People, because some black people be so insecure, they be hyping up the Jewish thing over, like, Drake would not have been this successful if he was 100% a Jewish white boy.
If he was Chet Hanks.
No one would give a fuck about him.
No.
He's very popular because of him being half black. Let's keep it real. Because when people be like, it's just because he's Jewish. Right. Get the fuck out of here.
Usually,
nobody in hip-hop would have cared about no Jewish guy rapping about Memphis and this and that.
Nobody cared about Lil Dicky.
People would have told him to get the fuck up out of here a long time ago. So his dad bloodline is important, and also the musical history that his dad bloodline
Graham
has.
Central Station, the uncle, the slap bass, right? His uncle running with Prince Roger Nelson, who had to fight the record label, right? They said that his uncle was also tied in with what was going on with Michael Jackson, going after Tommy Mottola and Sony, while Tommy was trying to murk Mariah Carey, allegedly.
Right. People, we don't underestimate blackness. I mean,
man, bro, don't do that. And then you got the daddy.
You see Hove.
Had to go Lupita Nyong'o.
So now Jay-Z is very, very interesting. I think as an MC, I think he's a very interesting marksman propagandist. All of these rappers are marksman propagandists, all right? Now, propaganda is in itself is generally neutral. You have dark and light propaganda. It depends on what side of the spectrum you're going to go in, all right? But when Jay-Z is pointing his guns back at Drake, he usually goes blacker. Because when he was doing the Suits joint with Jay Electronica, he also talked about the hella jealous of my melatonin. I go Lupita Nyong'o. And then now when he got the jig is up, he comes out here with the Macy Gray blowout.
Macy Gray, Eazy-E.
Yeah, Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Meet me at the crossroads.
Now, again, I know a lot of people, because everything's so marginalized with fan bases, you come to Thought Crimes, we sound like two strange niggas to you because we're calling it down the middle. All right? Also, by the way, Showtime says here, I was at work like, where TC at to make my night go by fast? What's good, everybody? Man, we appreciate you so much. Thank you, player. Thank you so much, player. We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So Jay-Z is going ultra black. Now, again, look, see, you already know what time it is. Again, it's going to be a bit of a weird situation.
Which
because
we called it. We said
Yeah.
that Jay-Z and them are going to go super black to try to defeat Drake because Pusha T created the template. See, before, they weren't going after Drake's biracial energy or him being biracial.
No.
That's what Meek Mill didn't go after that.
No.
And then Meek Mill got slaughtered by Drake.
Yes.
And then, of course, he wasn't going to continue with Joe Budden because Joe Budden is very long-winded. He's a traditional type of, MC. Yeah. Just like with the game, these guys go on for hours and hours. So, Drake wasn't going to deal with that.
Yes.
But Pusha T was the first one to say, yo, this dude, like, look at him. He's half black. He's half Jewish. Like, look at this, like, this light-skinned dude.
Because your hair wasn't nap enough.
I'm going to take a photo of him of what he was doing with Bamboozle because he wasn't putting on blackface for what people thought it was. But
it was an independent film.
But it was still a smart move on Pusha T's behalf.
Smart propagandist.
Yeah, the propaganda was, we don't even know who this guy is. He's half Jewish, half black, even though they all work with Jewish people in the industry. Jewish people run the music industry.
But it's segregation when convenient.
When convenient.
The
story of Adidon. And back then we told Drizzy.
Yes.
If you don't respond
to
Pusha's magical pen, this dark magic is going to be put on you for years. And from that point, it kept getting worse and worse and worse because that's the angle that people kept nailing down over and over and over again.
And you know how black people are. You know how black people, when black people got your black or half black ass, they gonna keep coming. They got you. Keep going, Sin, because you got to talk about the magic that Santeria Push put on Drake, and they got worse like the Marvel universe with each release.
Nah, yeah, I'm not doing all this like, oh, he wasn't attacking Drake for being biracial. Yes, he was. Yeah, it's a fucking rap battle. You go at
nigga from Virginia. Where you gonna go with it?
You go at the angle
that's workable.
That is going to create the most insecurity for your opponent. Mm-hmm. He studied that. And he used that to his advantage.
It was the first time that Drake, outside of the light-skinned jokes, it was the first time that a black American MC that Drake did value, because he did respect Pusha T. He even had the microphone, and that's why when he did the Duppy response, he talked about the signature being faded and all these other things because he had respect for him.
Now, Principal J. Prince sat him down and did his...
Yeah, we not gonna do that. Look at his hair.
And that dark magic, that powerful magic and witchcraft is going to continue until he actually do what he didn't do back in 2018. Remember, at that time, we first reported that Drake was supposed to have a diss record. It didn't come out. Mm-hmm. And Jay Prince confirmed that there was a diss record.
There was a diss record. Them two niggas are not lying. And they are in Houston. I need to find them.
Right. So they're going with the black angle again. Yes. They're going to go with the black effect angle. The Charlemagne, Jay-Z, all that.
No spotted leopard two-tones.
He already started off with the black angle. And that's where they're going to go with it.
Right.
And to talk back to what Prince was saying, this is why even on a GQ magazine, he was talking about there's an alt-right agenda. First of all... everybody in hip-hop...
deals with each other.
Yeah. Let's
break it down.
Black people...
Let's unpack that.
...deal with racist Italians. They hang out with them, make money with them.
Gotta make money.
They hang out with biker gangs.
Gotta make money.
They hang out with Republicans and Democrats. Lil Wayne was literally a Democrat most of his years in the industry. He switched over to Republicans so he could get out of trouble.
I love Bill Clinton.
Jay-Z got friends and business partners who over there with the alt-right. Desiree Perez literally was able to get her goodies from the Trump administration and the alt-right. Yeah. So that's the interesting part of the framing of all of this, because Drake also has alt-right friends, Aiden Ross, academics and stuff like that. But it's really interesting to see the framing that one of the biggest talking points that even Jay-Z brought up again on stage is the MAGA thing. It's like, y'all all over there.
Well,
To some various degree, y'all all mixed up with mingling with, because y'all in business. Y'all have
it's capitalism.
Bankers. Yeah. You messing with the Arabs.
Yeah, bro, we got to do everything. We in Dubai, they getting attacked, but you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, when you're in the business of the business, I don't care what you're doing in your bedroom or at night. When people's like, did you know that this guy was doing this to women? I don't know. We had a contract for 3 months together. It's brief. Now, it's a bit LeBron James because Wembaya is outside, right?
Shout out to him.
Wemby, the tall alien that he is, another foreigner that's light-skinned.
We got the biracial.
Biracial, right? My bad, biracial. Let's correctify. It's biracial, not light-skinned.
We got the Spurs versus the Knicks.
The New York Knicks, so Joey Badass, you got one in, nigga. All right.
Just a year too early.
Just a year too early, right? But he'll say it was his middle third eye. But anyway, here's the thing, though, guys. It's going to be very interesting because we're talking about Jay-Z post We're Past Kneeling. Now, we had a lot of Rock Nation officials get at us behind the scenes. We had people messaging us and say, why did y'all say that? Nigga, first of all, nigga, I don't work for you. Number one. Number two.
Work for nobody,
don't work for ourselves, right? Like E40 says, I don't have no boss, right? But here's the thing about it, though. Said that's going to be not good for Jay-Z, only because Jay-Z is the type of MC when he feel he needs to, or when he actually likes being black, because I don't think Jay-Z does not like being black, but when he wants to partake into cookout, soul food, we black, they not type energy, he can't do it because black regular Americans remember we past kneeling. So black people, after the end of the Carter campaign, which was 444, and then we talking about seat at the table, and we talking about Lemonade and the Carters, which was a very beautiful run. I don't take credit away from that. But millennials, specifically, Black Lives Matter millennials, they believed him. So when the We Past Kneeling, the Super Bowl, Colin Kaepernick happened, it shocked a lot of people. Like, oh man, you know what? I forgot he's a business man.
But he got his black card back through Kendrick and TDE.
That is true.
And PG Lane.
Sin is right about that. That was another angle we was gonna have to discuss because Kendrick had his own issues with Drake for a long time anyway, right? But overall, just Kendrick's brand. We do not know the man. We don't know what he does in the dark or the light. All right, but the brand in itself is pretty much black, right? Especially with something like To Pimp a Butterfly. It runs neck and neck with the late, great D'Angelo's Black Messiah album.
Both classic albums.
Both classic, got Kamasi Washington's DNA all over the shit, right? So Kendrick comes outside because what was going on with Drake and the back politics and a lot of industry niggas, some of them are telling confusing stories, and some of y'all niggas are just lying because that's not what we heard. But anyway, what I'll say is this. Pusha T hinted to it. Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us, was the biggest messenger for Drake. You're not like us, nigga. Now, some people online, they'll say, what do you mean, not like us?
Well, they said they weren't. They said that they claimed they weren't seen in that way.
Well, remember, Kendrick Lamar
because he said he's a colonizer, so you're not like us.
Kendrick Lamar is an excellent marksman, propagandist himself as a lyricist. So it's not about people on YouTube debating about, well, why Chinese people talking about not like us. They probably like the fucking song. But Kendrick knows psychologically, I'm fucking with you, nigga.
He went and studied psychology.
There you go.
So let's not play these games.
We're not playing it. Kendrick knows what he was communicating to Drake.
Right, and this is where Drake has to be careful. It's about altering perception. I don't pay attention to what the audience say now. I pay attention to where y'all were. Where Drake has to not get in his own head. We said this even during the battle. I'm like, you do know a lot of black people listen to your music and still fuck with you. I mean, if you go look to OVO Club Paradise, it's mostly black niggas.
Blacks, yeah.
Like you know, so
immigrant blacks and American blacks.
But a lot of people, because of that blueprint that Pusha T created,
yes,
they're like, wow, this is a psychological soft spot for Drake.
It's very sensitive.
Let us poke into the wound and then let him self-destruct. Because even in reality, a lot of black people listen to your music and fuck with your music. We're going to put this out here and then let you spiral out of control, paint you as MAGA, all these other things, and then you're going to be the fuck up out of here, is one of the strategies that was put out there. So it's going to be interesting to see if Drake takes another tumble with this. Now, again, Iceman has his own traps. Nicki has her own traps. Nicki was waiting for Jay-Z to have some bars towards her, so she's happy about that. I'm sure she cooking up something in the wings right now.
Well, she is. Yes, she is. No, listen, Jay-Z, that's what I say, industry podcasters, I do not listen to you all. I don't listen to you all at all because your job is to ride for your guy or woman, and that's fine. Again, I'm calling it down the middle, saying is as well. Jay-Z, industry people know, especially in rap music, they know when something's about to come, right? They know when something's about to come. Jay-Z was resuscitating his cultural clout with his interview runs where they had Jay-Z as one of the best writers from New York with no pen, right? And then the GQ interview where he was playing coy and he said, it's like everybody's being mean to Drake. If you like Kendrick, you hate Drake, and it's like no matter what he does, they hate it. Which
PR offense.
There you go. Because we're going offense. Remember, they're going to tell you what they do. All right. Sometimes, not all the times with Jay-Z, because he don't be in the public eye that much. But there's sometimes Jay-Z telegraph his punches, right? But Jay-Z's vantage point is probably like the AI effect. You know I'm about to cross left. You can't stop me. What you going to do? Right? Drake, the Super Bowl, Kendrick Lamar, the run, the Not Like Us, is the first time that an anthem this grand has been moving against Drake. Remember, throughout his career, he's been able to be on anthems, trigger some anthems, be a part of the anthem. He's always been either behind the wave or on top of the wave of an anthem. The Kendrick Lamar situation created an anthem against him, and right?
And to your point, Jay-Z probably does know that he fell into a trap, but his mindset is, can y'all do anything? Because he does have people, remember, Drake people online are not the only people online.
No.
Jay-Z has podcasters and journalists allegedly online too.
He does. Yes, he does.
People just talk about it as a one-sided PR campaigns, agents, firms, and all that. They all have it, right?
They're just not as loud as the other side.
Right. So with that being said, this is why it's going to be interesting to see if Jay-Z, he's going to be building off of the Pusha T angle, the Kendrick angle, and seeing where he's going to go with that. Now, with Drake, I wouldn't even be bothered with the money thing. The money talk, you already did a good job getting Jay-Z outside by talking about the money and all that other shit. Now, you got to go on a completely different angle where I would say he got to show like the type of humility that Nas showed when Nas created Ether and went at Jay-Z.
He went silent for 6 months because people misnarrated in hip hop. There's, Nas took 6 months. As a no, he was silent for 6 months. That's why the album was called Stillmatic, stupid. All right? He was still. All right? Also, shouts out to the Buffalo, says, I can't lie. Jay-Z's hair like that is immaculate. We appreciate you so much. Thank you. All right. So, another one. All right, Showtime back in the building again. It says, since Jay-Z going at Drake, what side do Maul play? That's a very...
Now, that's a good question because...
Yeah, that is very funny.
I'm going to be honest.
Maul, for a long time, he's been able to deny that anything was happening.
I forgot about Maul in this conversation because that kind of undercut my point I made earlier that Drake has cut off everybody who's been pro Jay-Z.
I know, but Academics has been promoted.
I would say that Maul is the only one who still is over there with Drake that has a close association to some with Biggs, with his uncle, to some type of
his brother. Yeah,
his brother, where he has some type of connection to Jay-Z.
Well, we're going to tabletop Maul right now, but that is a very funny question. We will only know when we see the podcast, because I am definitely going to see what Rory and Maul have to say, specifically Maul, right? Now, to the point. Now, some people are saying, well, Jay don't know what to do with Drake. It's a unique circumstance for Jay-Z, because he's never had to deal with someone talking down to him, and they have the stats to do so. Again, hip-hop purists, calm down. Rap niggas, calm down. Because, we talk about the stats. Some of y'all get crazy like in sports, right? We're not talking about MCing. We're not talking about Nas versus Jay-Z. I love that battle. It's one of my favorite battles in hip-hop. But this is the first time that Jay-Z has a lifestyle rapper that has grander stats, not necessarily based on cultural taste, because people within the culture, they're going to have their talking points. But this is the first time a nigga, or partially a nigga, can talk down to Jay-Z and is not dealing with lyricism. There's a lot of MCs, because people think
some of them saying that Jay-Z got more money than Drake.
We'll see, because he did say, I'm up 10. Again, we told you all this will be the battle of the lifestyle of the rich and famous. All right? So I'm not really counting billions.
How it started,
yes.
But Drake cannot go in that angle. He has to go the angle more so of, you got to follow the magic.
That worked.
Pusha T did that magic that started, that Kendrick built off of, that Jay-Z is hinting to, that the direction he's going to go in. You got to go with the magic of Nas. Nas sent the magical template to get to defeat Jay-Z. You always got to go with the template that somebody set down, that you see that worked. It's like if somebody was going, if Ice Cube was battling someone right now, you would go with Common, because Common set the blueprint.
Yeah, and some of these talking points really were expanded on the bald head of Joe Budden. Okay, but the only difference is with Joe Budden did not delve into Drake's genetics like that.
So that's why it's not the blueprint.
Right. Oh, it would be Pusha T. Well, Pusha T is the one that was grand. So Pusha T said things that people said in offshoots, or you chilling with your friend, and you know how black people say stuff, right? And then somebody says it at the dinner table, what some of the folks been saying, at the cookout, right? So Jay-Z is coming outside, and he's partially triggering culture, which is what he normally does. That's actually where Jay-Z's superpower is.
Black City, Philly.
Yeah, so he triggers culture. Like, I know people, they like, well, DMX had this run on top of Jay, this person. True. But Jay-Z does something different. It's the networking thing. That's what he does, right? So he triggers that. And in this one, it seems like with the Philly concert, with the Roots, he's looking to trigger a little bit of nostalgia to, quote unquote, I have to remind people who I am, because this is also a dynamic that typically happens in all fields, where a younger person comes behind and they're seemingly surpassing stat-wise the predecessor in different ways. And so you'll usually have that MJ versus LeBron situation. It happened to Tiger Woods. There was some of the OGs in golf, the PGA, that was like behind, there was some tension going on. So this field is literally no different. It's just that the rap listeners and some of the pundits of the industry are either intentionally spinning things, or sometimes they just don't have any common sense and they don't see what's going on.
Now, one thing I would say strategically that Jay-Z did that's in his favor, he has warned Drake out to a degree with the public perception with the assassins that he allegedly sent on Drake. But where Drake actually still has a lot of leeway is with the younger generation, like what y'all saying in the chat, because that's one of the reasons why acquiring academics was very important.
Big deal. Very important.
Remember, all these camps could say what they want. They were all trying to recruit academics.
They were trying to flip act.
ASAP Rocky on there talk about why you fucking with the cornball. You know, why you fucking with Drake.
Dave Free said, allegedly they said Dave Free pressed him and said, what, is he paying you? Right?
So a lot of people tried to acquire academics. He picked his side. He said, I'm rocking all the way with Drake. He got the owl chain on. And Drake was also, because people in the industry, they know when they subbing people what they trying to do. So, you know, with the whole, with academics eating with Drake and getting the money and getting the chain.
It turned up.
It was to taunt the pro Rock Nation platforms. And some of them, remember, this is an important part of the psychology here. There are a lot of people who like Jay-Z and Drake.
It's very important to understand.
Elliott
Wilson liked Jay-Z and Drake.
Some of them have already picked a side. Yes. So the people who were stuck between Jay-Z's locks, right?
Well, they're gone now.
They're gone now, right? And Drake, they have picked a side now. So Elliott said, you know what? I've been with Hov from the beginning. Yeah, I love Drake. He biracial like me, but I'm going with Jay-Z. And so you saw it split. But another important thing is some people was attacking academics. And I'm not talking about things that he allegedly did that were foul. I'm talking about like really turning up the heat when he had the owl chain on. Some of them did it because they were jealous because they used to dream at night about Drake putting the owl chain on them.
Oh, man, I love you. Put an owl chain on you. Woo, woo.
Right. But because everybody thought that Drake was supposed to be dead. I mean, and I'm not even just talking about physically. Like, people thought after the 2024 battle that
it's over for that boy.
It was over for Drake. The audience said it was over for Drake.
Saram rap.
Lucien was gloating in photos and high-fiving Dr. Dre. Podcasters were saying it was over for Drake, although now they're switching up saying it was never an issue. Well, then you shouldn't have said he was going to be 6 feet under. Then you can't. That's very confusing, right?
Yes.
So you have the people who like both picking sides. You have the people who like the big three picking sides. And now we're here at this cultural moment where people are like, who's going to win? You even see Lizzo talking about, sneak dissing, talking about real cultural influence over streams.
Well, okay, so and these are points that, as she's breaking it down, these are points, you guys, we walked with this with you all, and we just told you guys, look, we're calling it down the middle. All right? Listen. Jay-Z has an understanding, like I stated earlier, there's an understanding of the internet, and the only reason why it was a cold water situation because of Busby. We said around that time, Jay-Z's name will be in the news in December. All right? And when Busby went with that 1-900 hanger nigga, right, number of his, right, we said the first person he's going to call is Jay-Z. That's exactly what he did on December 9th. All right? Happened like some days right after Jay-Z's birthday.
Also, Strategy King, he hyped up because how you feel, Strategy King, that Jay-Z dissed your GOAT.
He happy about that Kanye concert.
Ye got dissed it while he was in Turkey.
Yeah. All right.
Go ahead, Prince, finish your point.
So now Jay-Z is squarely focused on social media. And the reason why I keep bringing it up, because look how aggressive Rock Nation agents have been just in the past 2 years. Again, it's not that he say he didn't use it or they didn't incorporate it with Rock Nation before, but it was more of like, this is a nice little hammer here. We can use this tool. Let's get Meek Mill to sit down with some podcasters. Let's have some conversations. We'll sit down with Roger Goodell. I'll reach out to, certain people that are doing their things. But the past 2 years since Tony Busby, the whole Jaguar Wright situation, Jay-Z, his team, and some of the dark agencies that do work in hip-hop that are acquired by any of these guys, because fans live in delusion land, but these dark agencies, when they're talking about the Blake Lively thing, they all do it. They all do it, all right? All right, but those particular dark agencies have been working very hard now on social media.
Which is why I think it was a mistake that Jay-Z mentioned Jag and Dame Dash. You can't what you could say what you want about them. They fallen for grace or whatever your critique is of them, but Jaguar Wright can light up the internet at any time, like she was doing during the time right before leading up to 1-800 Tony Bugsby. So I think strategically that was a mishap. Also, Dame Dash, I think that's a mishap too, because now people are going to be 20 times even more interested to see
to go on a tour.
What Dame Dash have to say. They were already interested, but now we're about to quadruple. So you mentioned important speakers on the internet pertaining to people. I feel like that works in the favor of Drake. It works in the favor of Nicki, and
we'll see.
It's all about entertainment at the end of the day. So it's not about who's a proven liar. All of them lie.
Well, the other side of it,
it's about who's effective when it comes to entertainment. It's like if you getting a lot of people over there and they're being entertained by whatever Jaguar Wright has to say. I mean, she already had enough, energy to have everybody listening even before we get to Tony Bugsby. And then, with Dame, you got that situation. So strategically, I think that part was dumb.
Well, it doesn't, you're right about that, Cindy. I just want to be clear. It doesn't matter if you think Jaguar Wright is a liar or not. It's about, is she effective? Because when she got on people's radar before, I've seen her on the internet before at the time on very small channels at the time. But now her name is being publicly mentioned by Jay-Z.
It confirms. No, Jay-Z, I'm glad you said that, person, because people was like, yo, Jaguar don't know Jay-Z. This is for the people who don't know music history.
Yes.
All of us here knows that, when Blueprint, when
the Unplugged album,
Jaguar Wright was
her
right
history
there.
with the Roots.
But for the young people or people who just don't pay attention to that, who think she's just a screaming old lady, for people who are Alpha Generation and Gen Z, they're like, oh, so it's Questlove from the Roots who put Jaguar Wright with Jay-Z. So Jay-Z and Jaguar had a lot of interactions. And so it solidifies Jaguar Wright's voice beyond just being a crazy woman talking online.
Now, what was an interesting strategic move by Drake, which not all the times works in Jay-Z's favor. Jay-Z not all the time is good on the back foot. And he's not good being, a lot of times in history, what we have seen with certain people. And it's different type of energies. Actually, Jay-Z's cleaner battles are actually with very notable lyricists. Like when he was going back and forth with Joe Budden, and and again, this is another situation when they was like, I think Joe Budden, he did something on Mood Music 3, like Fifth Gear. And he was talking about loosen up the tie, unbutton the suit, Superman died. He was doing the flip of what Jay-Z said on Kingdom Come, right?
Right.
People said, Joe, shut up, nigga. You washed up, moo music headed ass nigga. Yeah, Jay ain't, here we go again. Niggas predicting Jay's move incorrectly. Jay ain't gonna respond to you. Nigga, don't care. If Jay-Z has liked your music in the past, if he thought your shit was dope and you diss him and you have a big enough name, you're going to get a response somewhere. All right. But they were saying he up in the clouds. Then he got on Blueprint 3. Tell him Ordinary Joe's button up. Right?
Yeah,
and just to put this part, I'm gonna finish painting this out, then I'm gonna let you do your thing, Sam. Those type of dynamics work very well for Jay. He can, the sharper the other nigga is, the slicker he gets, right? When you get because Drake kind of got some trollish energy because he's a millennial man, number one, all right? Millennial men are, look, hey, a lot of us are inherently a lot more sensitive than our predecessors. I'm just being real with you about it, all right? Some of us can roast, some of us got thick skin, and some of us don't, right? But that kind of trolling energy, lighthearted humor, mockery, which is what is coming on the backside of Drake. It may not be Drake himself, but the culture that comes with Drake is like what Dipset, what Jim Jones was doing on the Ballin' remix, but it's on steroids because just imagine a bunch of people trolling like Jim Jones.
Right.
So when that was the first time outside of Nas and Ether that was the first time people saw Jay-Z kind of get jammed up when Jay-Z kind of hopped on the Ballin' record and he was going to little brother the Dipset niggas. And then Jim on the mixtape, he was like, come on, old head, let's go. And then they started making fun of Jay-Z.
And this is a situation where you can't have a false hero.
No.
This is a situation where you can't be like, saying somebody's more pro-black than the other person. Like, come on. This is a situation where it's going to be who has the best media game and who has the best music and who can state their case to the culture and to people the best, right? So what do I mean by that? Yeah, you do have a situation where streamers they're going to be lighting Jay-Z ass up.
Yes.
I mean, Jay-Z got a lot of shit in his closet. Whether you believe it's true or not, this is why they've been trying to shut everybody up on the internet. Don't talk about Jeffrey Epstein files. It was Drake who did it. The intake crisis calls were taken in 2019. Fucking read. And Drake don't have no association with Jess Staley. Jess Staley was the one who referenced Jay-Z talking about he buy up activists and all this other stuff. So there's a lot of material to actually feast off of with Jay-Z. Now, some people are going to say there's a lot of material to feast off of with Drake. Yes, but the problem is y'all shot y'all load, a big-ass load in 2024. Y'all already had the Reddit. You already had taken independent creators' theories that they had about Drake and elevating them. You already shot the most powerful shots that you can do.
And it was Kendrick there, remember?
To destroy Drake in front of the public. And he was still here. Like, even when people say, well, he's not in hip-hop, he is in hip-hop because Iceman is identified and categorized as a hip-hop album. So you didn't kick him out of hip-hop either. He rapping and singing. And when Scary Hours 4 dropped, when he dropped Scary Hour 4s, he's going to be rapping on there, possibly with Conductor or somebody else, Boy Wonder, who knows?
Conductor.
Doing the production. So you didn't successfully kick him out of hip-hop. And he still is a big pop artist as well. Now with Jay-Z, though, over the years, people have tried to get Jay-Z out of the paint, but he has always been a very great warlock and magician. Jay-Z also has been always really good at, in the fourth quarter, when you think he's about to get his head taken off, he throws somebody else to get sacrificed.
Damn, Sin, I was fucking with you until you said that.
Allegedly.
I was fucking with you.
So Jay-Z is also a really astute guy. He's very smart.
And he has experience.
Now, you can't look at Ye as anybody to just sneeze at, though. Ye is also a very important factor here because he's an anomaly. He has done things in hip-hop that nobody would survive, similar to like a Drake situation, but Drake has never gone as extreme or close to the extreme stuff and media-wise as Ye has. But Ye has gone into the depths of hell, and he still is a very popular, iconic, legendary artist. And guess what? You got another person in this fight that the Gen Zers and Alpha generation love. They love them some. Yeah, you saw the.
I thought you was about to say King Carson.
You saw the British girl, the English girl on the British news where she's like, and I don't know why.
Yes.
They're canceling Ye. Ye is one of the few rappers who don't talk about sexual assault and blah 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 blah. Right. So Ye still has a major pull over the young generation and when it comes to the internet.
All them damn teddy bears, all them bright colors. Now, the other dark horse in the room is Nicki Minaj.
Absolutely.
Sister Nick. All right. Pretty much, she's already been through it. She has that. You know, she has that same thing that Drake and Kanye got in very tough pieces of steak. All right. So they go through a lot, got a large following, and they've been able to harness and tap into social media and the internet and build a culture around that, right? Nicki Minaj is supposed to be having an album coming out. Now, Jay-Z, there's one part of it where Jay-Z is having to throw some faint punches here because there's too many niggas talking on the internet. It's just too much.
That he even forgot certain other people to talk about.
Usually Jay-Z
I wonder
could.
if 50 feels left out.
You don't want to start 50 back up again. All right. So usually on these situations, on these dynamics, Jay-Z is kind of able to ignore certain people, right? But the internet, social media specifically, is very loud, and it's going into all areas. Like, think about he's been hit. You know, they talked about his hair being fake. They said it was a weave. He cut the hair off. Look, it's an afro. All right. Then they talked about Beyonce. Then they talked about his children. Kanye came out and talked about the children. So it's too many shots for him to come outside or not come outside. And I got to say something now with all this stuff going on.
I actually don't disagree with Jay-Z defending his kids. And I'm just talking about just non-biasedly. I'm going to be honest, my personal opinion, I do think from doing my own research that Jay-Z started up a lot of this shit. So people try to paint him as a victim. He's not a victim. Just like I said, talk about Drake victim bars. Jay-Z be doing that shit too. Well, but he did have a right to defend his kids. But I will say, though, when he brought up I don't think that was the right thing to do because people... Ye already said that you got hitters. Well, and just people going to be digging into those crates about that too. And the internet going to have a field day with that, man.
Well, Sin, hold on now. Now, this is where we got to get into what the message is. Jay-Z is communicating something else about how allegedly somebody can get down to somebody else who allegedly gets down the same way. They just happen to be from somewhere else.
No, that's
all right. So that message is not... To your point, the general public is going because his freestyle was actually pretty layered. He had light messaging, but he had a lot of dark messaging that was supposed to get through to the targets that he wanted to speak to.
He also lost the moral high ground because you could give him that point about his kids, but he did talk about Nicki Minaj's kids.
Well, he's also
so that's inappropriate as well. So Nicki, whatever she do to fire back, she gonna fire back.
Well, so the other side of it is this, you all. Like she stated, but Jay-Z is communicating when he's talking about the Rivera situation. He's saying, "Nigga, I'm not like any of you all. I'm actually kind of crazy, right? Do not get it, da 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 da. Y'all know how niggas do, right? Don't get me started, right? Now, with all of the rumors of industry niggas, you guys know Jay-Z's name has shown up in darker rooms. So has Drake's, all right." So I think that message
Drake hasn't shown up in the Jeffrey.
Oh no, that's dark. That's very dark. That's very. He's the only Jay-Z's the first rapper
allegedly.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on.
Allegedly, he's in there with the emails.
Yeah,
and that crisis intake call. So
that was wild.
There's no alleged on that.
That was wild
US
to see.
Department.
Now, Jay-Z is throwing feint punches and jabs, but he's also fishing. Because, yes, he is responding to a lot of stuff that's being said about him. And he talked about directly to the jig is up. And I know a lot of...
The jig is up?
I know a lot of pro-Hovengers out there were upset. They said, guys, he's not going to respond to Drake. Why would he say anything back to him? That's just because Drake has a name, and Jay-Z liked Drake's raps too, and they've rapped together. Stop it. And they've traded shots with each other before.
Drake called him a ped.
Yeah, because
he said redacted names on Too Hard for the Radio.
Right.
Too hard for the radio.
Right. So
now we got to fact check that.
And allegedly, Drake throws up the rock symbol in the video and shoots the bird. Fuck Rockefeller.
He said, fuck Rock Nation.
Jay-Z opens up, Rockefeller would never crumble.
Rock Nation ain't going to crumble according to him.
So Jay-Z pays attention to symbols. And again, I want to be clear about something. We talked about during the battle, and we talked about how meticulous and astute and observational that Kendrick Lamar is as a symbologist. He looks at symbols, he flips them, he uses them, and he words things in a way that works effectively, right? It's like an invisible punch. Jay-Z, we can say that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I know people will not like it. Drake can recognize the same shit symbolically. All right? He don't carry his rhymes the same way as the other guys, but he sees what they're doing. So he knew, think about how he layered his disses, right? He layered them all through Iceman in a way where, of course, listen to what Jay-Z said. Y'all want to get under niggas' skin. What is Jay telling you? You're getting under my skin.
Also, to add to that,
Right?
yeah, like even the white guilt stuff that people try to misquote people because they have a side. Not everybody, but some people just have agendas. When Drake was talking about white guilt, they listen to you for white guilt. He was saying, y'all know we all do the same shit. We all shake hands with Casey Wasserman. We all shake hands with people who are MAGA or blue MAGA.
Because we do business.
Or, like we all, so y'all doing the same evils y'all accusing me of doing, y'all all do it. On top of the fact, y'all only bringing this up just to try to get me out. So those are the traps that Drake put in there in that Iceman album, even to try to point out the people who are pro Rock Nation who happen to be white. Some of them are journalists, some of them are not. Commentators like, bro, y'all all said the most despicable things about black people before, using the N-word, or you had even some people say, instead of saying the N-word, I say Drake, and all that other crazy stuff. Now, of course, we know that Drake's side has goofies as well. But the whole point is, he was letting it be known on Iceman, which if you really decode it, is a good album. When you look at Iceman, there are a lot of ice traps. And some of the ice traps people have fallen into, like when you saw DJ Headfield for the trap for Too Hard for the Radio, which he later somewhat apologized for. But then he somewhat apologized because he lied to everybody and said it was just a joke. Everybody knew it wasn't a joke. Even some of his own people cooked him because it wasn't a joke. So, you know, people do also underestimate, I would say, a lot of these people. You can't underestimate Jay-Z. You can't underestimate Rock Nation or Desiree Perez. You can't underestimate Kendrick, PG Lane, or TDE. You can't underestimate Drake and OVO and Nicki and Ye. So this is, and remember, for a long time now, we've been telling y'all that this is a Trojan War. This is Ragnarok. This is a true hip hop civil war that we first coined, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, so I want to clear up two things. No, there was a crisis intake, and no, Jay-Z's name in an email reference, it came up with Jess Staley, yeah. And Jess Staley is tied to Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, so we're gonna cap that and move on past that. I told you a lot of y'all got to get y'all information outside of the hip hop media. All right,
I'll say one more time, since that's being addressed, is very important. Where the email is located for Jess Staley is different from the crisis intake calls.
Two different situations.
I'm going to say it one more time and slowly for people before I move on, because this is not alleged. It was on the U.S. Department of Justice. .gov. You go look it up yourself. So the crisis intake calls happened in 2019. Drake, Nicki, and all of them don't have nothing to do with that being happened. They opened up the phone lines. People called in saying all types of things. It was never investigated. Pusha T was brought up. Harvey Weinstein was brought up. And Jay-Z was brought up. That did indeed took place in 2019. Not the fact that the incident happened. We don't know if it happened or not. It's just somebody calling in. It could be fabricated. It may not be. Who knows? It was never investigated.
Yeah.
Now, the Jess Staley email, which doesn't talk about any violation of children. It just simply says Jess Staley was emailing and talking to Jeffrey Epstein.
And that was in the Epstein files.
And he was just talking about how Jay-Z buys up activists and journalists and this and that.
Right.
And the people who are supposed to be fighting against the system, Jay-Z pays them off. That is what Jess Staley, who is a despicable man, was saying. Right. Anybody else who try to tell you that's controversial to say when those are just simply the facts, are just trying to play games with y'all mentally, because there's a hip-hop civil war happening.
Yeah, so now with that being the case, that's out of the way, so we can stop having debates about that. That's nothing, all right? Now, again, moving on forward, nothing has been emphatically proven against Jay-Z. It's just that, as we stated before, it's just not a good look. That's all. Right? Especially at this point in time when there is a power shift happening right now. There's a power shift happening. There's a power struggle that's taking place. Okay? So Jay-Z, usually what he's able to do with MCs that are just, we're going to go back and forth bar for bar, he gets to show out. Right? And typically it can lean in his favor. But this here is dealing with stuff that's a little bit outside of that. That's why going back to the pundits, academics. Now, when I brought up the situation with Dave Free, my job and point was Dave Free ain't trying to flip no academics, but he did want to know, based on what Axe said and some other people that was there, is Drake paying you? Because that was one of the countering points against academic is that, oh, Drake is paying him. Now, we told you guys, now we don't know where academic is taking money or not, but we do know for a fact that the culture of Drake is very lively for the Jersey Jamaican jerk chicken tourist. All right. He loves the Drake environment. He loves the OVO culture. So I can't see him going to Rock Nation and speaking on the behalf of Jay-Z.
As we
and
said
I can't
before.
and we can't see him doing the TDE thing or the PG Lang thing.
As we said before, we knew that academics wasn't going to flip on Drake. That was a waste. ASAP Rocky and the rest of them wasted their time on that one.
A lot of time, right? So outside of that, it's just what it is about media. And this is going to be a real cultural fight. And what I mean by that is not about the purity of the culture. It's about whose culture.
That's a great point.
It's about whose culture will thrive, not the purity of the culture.
The purity of the culture don't even exist.
No.
Like,
this is business.
The audience is just to be pimped. It's that simple. If you believe everything that Jay-Z tells you, you're just being pimped and played. He's not pro-black, because if he was, people wouldn't have co-opted Black Lives Matter. We talked about that with what took place with Darren and Ferguson, how a lot of the Black Lives Matter media personalities basically co-opt the movement. They co-opt what Darren was doing there. He got murdered. They went on taking photos with Jay-Z and Beyonce and so on and so forth. We wouldn't have had past kneeling with the NFL when it was at first a successful boycott. And a lot of other things that you talk about. Just like on the flip side with the Drake thing, it ain't about pro-blackness either. So, I mean, people going to use that as a tool. But
because you're black. A lot of you all are black.
Yeah. Like
so
even,
it's just going to speak to you naturally.
Even when they talk about victimizing children, like, newsflash, you got a lot of the people y'all like who and record labels that got lawsuits right now with trafficking or sexual assault. Lucien himself was in a lawsuit about trafficking kids and women and men, but Lil Rod took him out of the lawsuit. And then right now you have Christian artists suing UMG, talking about being violated, and UMG, it don't have a good, wholesome environment, whatever. And you have a lot of allegations that are directly on a particular artist or their friends or associates and teams. So that's another angle that people have been overly beating to death, because they like, man, we're going to just try to get somebody out of here just because of sexual assault. And then they have Charlamagne be the spokesperson. And Charlamagne has Jessica Reed in his closet. Yeah. He got his own issues. He already admitted to giving
this one out, player.
Yeah, he already admitted to giving a 16-year-old kid alcohol. That part he admitted to. He claims she really was sexually assaulted, but he didn't do it. So he's a whole, and on record, he's already on record talking about he loved R. Kelly's child porn tape. And he was like...
Yeah, that's floating everywhere right now. Again.
He was in love with the tape, talking about the 15-year-old girl, saying he was inspired by it.
No, you don't got to repeat it, though.
But he's the one who's speaking on it. This is what we call 1984 doublespeak, where the people who are guilty themselves throw stones in glass houses, which happens a lot in hip-hop. So the pro-black thing, none of them are serious about that.
The pro-black thing is dead on arrival.
The trafficking thing, they ain't serious about that either.
Okay, let's tell. All right, in the fight with Jay-Z and Drake, let me help some people out real quick. Two things that Sid and I are saying that are DOA, dead on arrival: pro-black talking points and SA victims. All right, now y'all have to really fight. You have to be creative, because where you're going to be seeing things typically go, it's definitely going to be a lot more messier. Now, what Jay-Z has been able to do on top of that, now here's the other side of Jay that's a bit more of the hustling dynamic. This is also to market and get people ready for the stadium. Because now, as it stands right now, he's not dropping an album. Although he's cutting his hair low, and we've heard some people that the haircut is a sign that you're supposed to be maybe working towards getting the old Jay, who isn't as sweet as the new Ye, right? So supposedly these are warning shots in Drake specifically direction, because Drake, and he sent some shots at Nicki Minaj. He has some entendres about the Diddy dynamic because he's hearing everything, and then of course with Kanye West and the leprechaun, Tory Lanez.
Yeah, remember, too, on the Patreon, since everybody talk about predictions, to the Tory fans, B-More did a great job. She said whether you feel he's innocent or not, he was going to go to prison, which he did. And then on the Patreon, before Tory got stabbed, I wrote on the Patreon that physically something is going to happen to Tory Lanez. This is before, Wack, talked about something's going to happen. I posted it on the Patreon, so y'all can go check that out.
Nephew.
And the third thing with Tory is we said people are going to try to break Tory Lanez out of prison, which you had Amber Rose eventually do, and so many other people come out trying to help Tory Lanez even right now get out of prison. So you got that.
You having a
Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say you're right about that, and no, those are accurate what Sin is talking about, because those are important. You had anything you want to add on to that before I go to this other point?
It's gonna you already have the Tory Megan civil war here on the internet and stuff, so that's gonna put more fuel to the fire on that. Tory Lanez people and the people who back him, they're gonna have a field day with that. Now, through the legal system, where Jay-Z and them in Rock Nation have been effective,
yes,
is trying to get certain people out of the paint, like with Tasha K. Mm-hmm. Tasha K has been a huge thorn in the side of Jay-Z and Rock Nation. She been on their ass. She doesn't lie to the public about not being pro Nicki. I like people who make it clear that they rock with a side that they rock with. Tasha K makes it known, Team Nicki. So you already know everything is going to be
Team Nick.
It's going to be for Nicki Minaj. That's why I appreciate when academics talk about I'm over here Team OVO.
I mean, clearly, you got the chain on.
There are a lot of media people on the mic pretending to be objective or pretending to not be for a side, and they're lying. They're like literally pro Rock Nation, but they just don't want to say it, or they're like really pro a particular camp.
Well, actually,
they're just not coming out and saying it, which, I would respect people more if they just, rock with their set.
You know what? Our respect aside, you're right about that, but our respect aside is actually what works against a lot of them, because they don't just say, I'm pro Rock Nation.
No.
Because everybody else, they're like, yo, I'm pro Drake, I'm pro Nicki.
Yes.
The Rock Nation niggas are the only ones that try to act like I'm a moderate.
You're not a fucking moderate,
no, nigga,
bro.
You're pro Rock Nation, and that's okay. Actually, you probably should lean into that. It probably will help out Jay-Z's follicles. I mean, be honest with you, they're not doing the best job.
I'm just gonna say I don't have no dog
not
in this
trying
fight.
to be funny. We're calling it down the middle, but the Rock Nation niggas are the only ones that act like a silent fart.
Yeah, they act like a traditional Democrat or traditional throwback Republican.
Yeah, but everybody else announces their flag. Like YG's new video.
Like YG new video, right.
All right, so I think that actually works against the Rock Nation media campaign, and because they keep trying to come across like, we're centered, we don't lean to the left or right, and that's not true, because anybody that's tied to Rock Nation, look, I've seen people's profiles and channels that would say, we got to get Drake out of here. He don't write his bars. He's not a rhymer, but then they're clapping for the Cardi B album.
I know.
Come
we
on
called
now,
out that
bro.
hypocrisy.
Like,
even the tether thing, like, bro, can y'all, not the real hardcore activists, and shout out to Billion. We're going to have Billion's interview and conversation. He's running for the 55th district out there in Cali. Make sure y'all support him. For the assembly.
Shouts out to Billion Godson. Y'all should check him out. Billion. I'm going to put his link in the chat too.
And Prince is going to upload it after we get off of this live show.
It's going to debut at 7.
But to get back to the point that we're making here, like, a lot of the people, they're throwing out anything they can to get Drake out of here.
And that's
just
cool.
You're gonna, which is interesting because it's a mirror effect, though.
It is.
Because the same thing with Jay-Z. People are trying to shoot anything they can to get Jay-Z out.
And it's been like that for Jay for a long time too.
And for a long time, people have been trying to think of anything they could think of
to get Jay-Z out of here,
to get Drake out of here.
Yeah.
So
it's both of them.
They'll be like, oh, he don't speak on black issues. He don't do this. But the people who speak on black issues wearing KKK hoodies, like. You get what I'm saying? Did you see how everyone all magically started loving themselves and loving being black when it came to going up against Drake?
Yeah.
You like even some of the people who had the most foul content, like, well, I'm pro black people, fuck Drake, free R. Kelly. Yeah. So you have this thing where people will throw any fucking thing they can think of to try to get rid of somebody.
Well, Drake is in his grander. He's in his grander Blueprint 3 stage. And what do I mean by that? Everybody's throwing everything at him to get him out of here because they said they're sick of him, right? Jay-Z had the same thing around the Blueprint 3 era. Remember, when he became presidential hove at Def Jam, DMX had complaint. All he cares about is money. You know what I'm saying? It has to be fun hot, right? And you had LL Cool J dissed the shit out of Jay-Z. Remember, LL Cool J was going on campaigns. 50 Cent, or was it 50 Cent? No, it was Dame Dash. Dame Dash said, allegedly, there was an unreleased LL Cool J album where he was dissing the shit out of Jay-Z. Because remember, LL Cool J, by the time Jay-Z arrives to power at Def Jam to become president of Def Jam, remember, LL Cool J was exiting. That's why he had the album called Exit 13. So around that time, because the album was poorly promoted, LL Cool J never got his black album, I Bid You Adieu, Hip Hop Legend, because we did see Jay-Z get to bow out with his Babe Ruth Black album, and LL Cool J was looking to kind of have that moment for himself. Jay-Z was president of Def Jam. Apparently, there's some industry shit when them two niggas was battling at 16 and 17, and LL asserts that Jay may have held some things against him, or maybe there's some issues with the homie or not, or whatever the case. I don't know. New York niggas, you got it, right? But I'll say this. Around that time, a lot of people were dissing Jay-Z because they say, nigga, you a rapper like us. We thought we had one of the inmates running the prisons, but you actually, you riding for Leah Cohen.
Jay-Z said he's trying to be with the Blue Bloods.
Right? And so around this time, also Jay-Z was said to be a part of the Illuminati. All right? That Illuminati shit was really big.
Give credit. You know who?
Are you following me? Professor Griff.
Right? Professor Griff is a legend in the game, and
his overhead projectors.
Professor Griff on the internet was one of the first people to make the Illuminati thing stick to Jay-Z.
Look at his lips. Right? So that's because, see, people acting brand new now, and I get it. We got some people that are kind of newbies, and they like, they either like they team Drake or they like y'all trying to defend Drake, not knowing that Jay-Z was looked at as Aleister Crowley.
Yes.
All right? So when Jay-Z was looked at, you had pastors at Baptist Church having sermons on Jay-Z and the Black Album. I remember one pastor, it was a black guy, Pastor Porkchop. I don't know what his name was. He was trending, and he said, and you see, it says 666 on this Black Album. I said, sir, that's that Danger Mouse album with him, and that's the Gray album. That ain't Jay-Z's album. That's the Gray album. The one half of Gnarls Barkley, he put in the 666 shit because the conspiracy theories about Jay-Z being in the Illuminati was so big that why not play into it? So that era, that Blueprint era, remember they was even mismanaging Jay's lyric. He says Martin Margiela, and people was talking about, he said, what did he say? He said, I'm amazing, not that I'm a Mason. So
that's why
he had to have his own defense, because at that time they were trying to uproot Jay-Z through the Illuminati, Christian talk. Remember the Christian rapper Bizzle was dissing him?
And they could be right. Who knows?
Nobody knows, but they were trying to get him out of it. Drake is not the first person this happens to in hip-hop. It's just kind of like on a more contemporary scale.
And they've been trying to do that to Drake since the beginning of his career as well. But the most important thing to tell y'all here, though, it started with industry people.
Yes.
Professor Griff is someone who's from the industry. He didn't bow down to a lot of the power hubs within it. That's what caused him and Public Enemy to split. Just to let that be known, because a lot of people lie on the internet and be like his fans and stans, and they lie and be like, oh, just conspiracy theorists. No. Professor Griff, who is a legitimate name in hip-hop history.
Public Enemy.
He was the one who came out and talked about Jay-Z, the Illuminati, rituals within the industry and all that. He was one of the main people who started the conversation on all of that back in the day. And also, as for Drake and Ye's beef, Drake and Ye don't have time to beef with each other right now, especially when they both got dissed by Jay-Z.
Yeah. So just to be clear, because that's what I say. We're gonna call it down the middle, yo. We're gonna say, nah, it's not that big of a deal. Well, we'll see. I don't know. Like we said, if Drake is gonna do the rap thing back and forth with Kendrick, it's not gonna go the way they probably think it's gonna go. But when people are like, he's up out of here, we was like, no, he took Mike Tyson blows to the face, no clips of Diddy, and Drake has been here, so he does have a pretty tough brand. Now he himself don't inherently look tough, but his brand is pretty fucking tough, right? So is Jay-Z's. This is why this is happening. But around that time, everybody hated Jay-Z damn near. That's why, to Sin's point, this is some mirror magic here. Yeah, it's in different eras.
Jay-Z only got a rebrand through Kendrick.
Really, realistically,
a lot of people weren't defending Jay-Z this much until the Kendrick thing happened.
Super Bowl,
and then going to the Drake angle of all of this, he said a long time ago that he had competitors out to get him, but the problem with Drake is he gets too caught up in the whole lifestyle shit and some of the more superficial parts of the culture where for a moment it seemed like he get it and then he don't.
Well, that's because that's him being Canadian. I'm just being honest with you. He's not a nigga born in Atlanta, Chicago, or Harlem. He's someone, they come from Toronto with roots in Memphis, right? So there's going to be misperceptions and misjudgments, especially of American black niggas.
Right. And we're going to let people call in, too, after we finish talking this. We're going to let people call in.
We're not letting nobody call in.
We're going to have people call in and let...
I'm not going to slow the show down.
It's not going to slow it down. People going to give their thoughts.
So, again, if you're looking at the dynamics, Drake early on Iceman, he's iced out. Because people would say they was going to boycott Drake. Drake has said, well, I'm boycotting the industry. Nobody gets features. All right? J. Cole, you got to go. Buy LeBron James. He's cut off some other people because we've heard directly from some pretty solid sources, people. They said Drake has iced out a lot of niggas behind the scene. And he still was able to sell as much he was able to sell, which is why this is going to be a bit of a different dynamic. And Jay-Z... from now, because at this point, this is all done intentional too. He did have to respond back to a lot of the chatter that's going on online. But this also gets a lot of people interested in what Jay-Z may or may not do with the stadium situation, because he's supposed to have a B-side. And remember, going back to when he did his B-side freestyle, he was already dropping some shots back and forth with Drake back then in 2015 because of the whole streaming situation, okay? He was supposed to go on with Tidal. Last minute, last hour, Jimmy Iovine allegedly calls him up, say, hey, bro, got $20 million for you with iTunes. Let's get this started. That jump starts everything. Is one of the reasons why Drake does play a prominent role with streaming culture, whether you like it or hate it. And that's why I said the only thing that's disingenuous to me is some of the conversations, because when you're calling it down the middle, people cry and they talking about you're picking sides. My side is thought crimes. That's how it is. It's always been like that. But that's one of the reasons why Drake kind of got this Agent Smith Neo shit going on with just streaming in general, because he's one of the original art points culturally as a figure in contemporary music that played a very pivotal role in that. Now, one could look at it that could Tidal have survived a little longer if Drake had signed on to that? You could argue that.
It's a bad structure, though, to begin with.
There was some other internal situation. Well, all of them got bad structures, like you said, like Spotify, all of them, workers, engineers have come out and said the whole system is arranged.
Jay-Z said it was supposed to be for the artists. He could have revolutionized things and really could have done something, but it wasn't. The structure wasn't really built that way. That's why it caved into itself.
I think all the people were in Greenland, right?
Right.
Like, I don't know where was it? Where were the people? The people, all of the folks that work for Tidal. Where were they at? Norway, somewhere like that.
And also, it was already created template. Another thing too is like, even when people talk about, there's no side that is for Black America. So I'm bored with that type of conversation. Jay-Z over there doing business with K-pop artists. Atlantic Records your legends already told you that the Italians and Jewish and all of them, they kicked out Black legends. Mickey Howard talked about it. She said they gave $500 million to
Diddy, the drug people, allegedly.
And she said they gave them to pimps. And the Black people who built modern music had gotten kicked out. Same thing with people was celebrating for the last 2 years UMG, even though Angie Stone is 6 feet under, and she's a legend icon who was a big part in building up hip hop, soul, R&B, and all that. So it's like it's more like people just use that shit to make themselves feel good. Because if you really was doing shit and you really was about it, you would have been when at the UMG, Atlantic Records. You wouldn't even be focused on Drake and the rest of these people. So even that conversation in the context of these two people is boring. Everybody on the map, the culture has already been sold out.
Yeah.
The audience is stuck on things that are old conversations that aren't even about anything. And the only way to fix it, you're not even having everyday conversations about UMG, Live Nation, all that type of stuff. So like, come off it.
Well, it's like I said early on, I'm gonna be honest with you all, and it's really because we're past saying we're past kneeling. It's really that, folks. I always told you guys when it happened, I said that's going to be very bad for Jay-Z in the long run, because at any point in time, if he chooses to weaponize a us versus them pro-Black talking point of the culture, there are going to be a lot of detractors. They may not even genuinely hate Jay-Z. They're just going to be saying, look, no, I mean, bro, you said we're past kneeling, right?
They hang out with the same people. Drake hang out with Mike Rubin.
They all listen.
Jay-Z
that's why I said
out with Mike Rubin.
That's why I said
Michael Rubin. Like, what the fuck?
SA victims and pro-Black rhetoric is DOA on arrival. It's dead on arrival. All right, I'm just being honest with you all. That's it. I think the last representation of it that you're going to get was at the Super Bowl. That's it. Okay? Everybody is in the industry and they're doing industry things. All right? What we're calling is a boxing match. We told you guys this fight was going to be lining up for a moment because things were already happening in the background. It's just maybe, I will say this in. I could argue maybe if Drake was an American Black nigga, he probably would have reacted a little quicker.
Ye didn't.
Well, Ye was with him on Rockefeller.
But people underestimate the charisma that Jay-Z has. Like, people saying, Drake only got shot up by Hove and these people because he's Canadian. No, because Ye...
I thought he was Egyptian.
Ye crying the same tune. I mean, he didn't catch on early with the whole him and
you know what it is, Sin?
And Jay stuff. There's a lot of people who have issues with Jay-Z who were born in the United States and didn't catch on. There's still people.
Well, I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying there's still
there's
people,
a probability because some of the niggas in America from the gate didn't fuck with Jay-Z though. There are niggas. We got to kids. That's part of them trying to uproot him in the past. No, I'm being honest with you.
No.
I'm being real with you. There are niggas that be like Gucci Mane, like, bro, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Right?
Gucci Mane got his own problems. Let's keep it up.
We're not talking about problems. We're just talking about perceptions of Jay-Z. That's what I'm saying.
A lot of people fell for a lot of things, the games that Jay-Z put down, even from the United States.
Well, I'm just saying.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about even in the industry. Well, that's why so many of them, look at all the people who was on stage with the title.
Well, here's the thing, though. The other side of it is people are going to be making their plays. Now, what you guys are going to see, because the campaigns are already started, right? So you're going to see a lot of people cause confusion and cloudiness. And you're going to see people get very emotional. Whatever takes place will take place. It depends on which person will have the best strategy. Now, the reason why you're going to see that, because a lot of people lied to you all and said nothing was happening. But that was part of a Very powerful subversive weapon for Jay-Z. Because if nothing's happening, you're not getting shot up by me, allegedly. Now, there was always going to be two sides because Drake didn't go on board. Now, again, take people's personal preferences out of it. Think about it like this. If you're Jay-Z, J. Cole is one of the hottest new niggas. Kid Cudi messes with you at the time. Kanye West this is Yeezus era Kanye. So he already put
everybody.
Yeah. You had literally everybody in the music industry that was open to being next to Beyonce and Jay-Z, especially in 2015, 16, and even 17. The only person that did not go over there in business, not saying in cultural relationship, because when he sat down with Elliott Wilson, he said he still had love for Jay-Z, but who didn't go over there in business was Drake. And Drake, because how he looks at himself, he went over to Apple. Now, remember, what was Kanye's complaint about Drake one time? I get a shoe deal. I work with Nike. Here come Drake. He says he gets in your space and competes with you. This is what Kanye said. I don't know Drake. We don't know Drake. We never met him. But Drake, to some degree by default, did look at himself as his own man. Now, Jay-Z is hurling some of the bars that he's hurled at other rappers when he was able to sun them, talking about don't talk tough to me, go talk tough to them crackers.
But he has.
But on Iceman, he is dissing Lucien Grange. That's why we're saying this is a different situation for Jay-Z.
And he's dissed Leon Cohen. Like, the thing that has gotten Drake into trouble is one of the things of why there are people who try to rock with him in that space is because he literally talks shit to everybody no matter if he gets his ass beat or not. So the people who try to paint it like he talked down to black people, he's
not Meek Mill throwing dollars at water boys.
He talks shit to everybody. So he talks shit to Jews who he think disrespects him or who are Xing him out of deals, whether it's Lucien or Leo Cohen, and there's a lot of other ones that he's dealt with. He's also dealing with
he's been dissing Lucien for, 3 years?
Some blue bloods. Yeah. Although Jay-Z also dissed Lucien and Doug Morris before, too.
To Elohim, Jimmy Iovine.
To give Jay-Z that credit, right?
Yeah.
And he also dissed rappers who he think tries to little bro him, which is, remember, Drake got into trouble for trying to little bro Kendrick. Then you have a situation where Hove has been over 10 years trying to little bro Drake. Like Drake said, I admire you, but I never went over there to break bread with you. I had you on my Scorpion album. We did a lot of, I had you on my debut corporate album too. I look up to you in that sense of you inspire me with Rockefeller and music and all that, but I never went over there. I wasn't standing on the stage.
No.
With Tidal, believing in you to that degree.
Because look how he talked about J. Cole. He said you went back to Hov for a second opinion. He was telling J. Cole, I thought you was your own nigga. Are we gonna shoot Kendrick up or not? So that's why I said a lot of times the reason why you guys, some of the folks have been out of it's misperceptions of what they're seeing. The big problem between Drake and Jay-Z are alpha personalities. End of the story.
And also another thing too, people misquoted. He was not calling black Americans Nazi. Come on, are y'all being ridiculous? Black people don't pay attention to Drake like that, where they running around saying you a Jew. That's the industry people he talking about. He ain't talking about y'all.
Wait, hold on.
I don't know who started that, but when he said the Nazi me thing, he was not talking about everyday black Americans. He talking about industry people.
Pause right there.
Like even
That's
like
very important.
top 5 had his former Drake's former butler. Top 5 even had a swastika blinged out.
Sin, pause right there. The reason I was telling you to stop. Just put this out here. Sin. Okay, I want y'all to listen to what's being regurgitated. Again, we're calling it down the middle. And that I do understand. I get it because I'm on social media too. I see a lot. I can tell when I'm at the Rock Nation table online. I can tell when I'm at the OVO table, the TDE table. You can just see it when you walk into the room. All right? I try to stay out those rooms with these people, right? But look, listen to what people are saying. He's MAGA, but he called us Nazis. It's not really making sense because most of the MAGA motherfuckers are pro-Nazi. So So it's like it's MAGA, but he's calling us Nazis. Like, you get what I'm saying? So you guys, what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's not. Those are the campaigns that you're talking about. But the real issue is the two niggas don't fuck with each other, and they have cultural clout. But again, it's a culture war. Whose culture will win within this thing we call rap music and hip hop?
And we're in a couple of seconds. We're about to have call-ins, and also we already talked about the free the slave stuff. You know, we said that was a goofy line from.
Oh, that was a bad move.
Bad move from Drake. Y'all don't gotta get sassy for us because we're just not gonna lie on somebody if we know the truth. He was not talking about no black Americans when he talked about niggas want to Nazi me on top of the do and all that. He's talking literally about industry people. You didn't see top 5 with the fucking Nazi swastika blinged out. Like you're gonna overlook evidence to try to just feed what you want to feed. It's like, bro, it's right there in your face.
No, Sam. You got a different approach. It's industry shit. Just like when people come outside and they say this is about us as black people. And we've built stadiums. So I don't pay attention to that. You know, the niggas trying to Nazi me because I'm light skinned. Fine, whatever. And people got offended by that. Cool, whatever. But y'all also saying y'all also calling him MAGA. So is he a MAGA crying about Nazis? All right. So it's even like during the battle when I said, you know, seeing that we did say if he's going to respond to Kendrick, try to stay away from black double entendre jokes. Just try, if you can, Drake, fly away from that shit because, you know, one thing I said at the top of the battle, I said he is going to turn you into a canvas. He's going to make a theme about you because Kendrick Lamar is a thematic artist. 2019,
we said that if Drake and Kendrick got into it, Kendrick would win because of that type of focus.
That type of focus. All Sin and I said, we said the one, because we know everybody was like, well, don't say nothing about the girlfriends and all this other shit. That's cool. But Sin and I, we explicitly said, do not have any double entendre black jokes because they're going to land wrong.
All of your corporate rap stars work with MAGA. Let's not be immature.
They work with everybody.
I'm going to say
they're open for business.
Snoop Dogg was on stage with TDE. He's for MAGA. Harry O, MAGA. Jay Prince, MAGA. Ye used to be MAGA. Nicki Minaj, currently MAGA. Rick Ross, MAGA. Desiree Perez, MAGA. Can we not act like we're 2 years old here and actually be honest? Like, again, Snoop Dogg, Hell's Angels. Drake, Hell's Angels. Ye. We already broke this down how 99% of your mainstream rappers, they work with Zionists, with Arabs, with Bloods, Crips, Italian Mafia.
They work with everybody.
It's
the business. Again, it's just to be clear. This is why a lot of people, when they're newbies and they get into the industry, because their mommy and daddy say, all you got to be is a good little boy and a good little girl and have a good little heart, and I'm going to sing you to the industry with the wolves. Then when they get in, they're like, oh my God, everybody's just, yo, you cool with it? It's the industry. When you go to your job, because you work in industries too, everybody works in industry. We all work in industry somewhere, right? You go to your job, you could be sitting next to somebody in the cubicle. When they go home, they're the biggest domestic abuser to their wife or husband or children. And what do you say? Well, I don't go home with them. It's none of my business. How do you think these niggas think? They think the same way. All right? So, ladies and gentlemen, put the number into the chat. The number is 903-600-0530. If you do have any choices in this battle between Drake and Jay-Z, that's perfectly fine. Tell us what you think about Jay-Z's freestyle. Do you think it was worth anything? Do you think it's going in the right direction? Or
it's calling for whatever. We're about to light it up. Let's see.
We're not calling for whatever, because if you're going too far off subject, I'm hanging up.
Yeah, you got to talk about the battle.
Yeah,
it got to be one of these the people who he had strays for.
All right.
What's the calling number again, Prince?
903-600-0530, ladies and gentlemen.
Again, 903-600-0530.
It's the last temptation. I know you miss my thug and my love. So you're going to see a lot of this online, and, you know, it is what it is. But, yes, Jay-Z and Drake. Jay-Z has officially responded back to Drake's multiple disses from the Iceman And he talked about stabbing niggas. Remember, I stabbed. That's what he said. Remember, I stabbed a nigga.
Well, and also remember we had Dr. Scott on our show during the first term of Trump, and he said most of Black Hollywood was over there with MAGA. We already know all the names of the Black Hollywood people who lied to y'all that y'all believe. And Dr. Scott is still homeboys with Trump.
Well, a lot of people were
all the people y'all believe aren't MAGA because they lied to y'all, and then y'all try to selectively cherry pick a few.
Oh my goodness! All right, let's go, Strategy King. All right, you just got back from Turkey.
Come on, Strategy King, what you got?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Strategy. Hey.
Strategy King.
All right. Also, before you continue, guys, when you hear Strategy King, let me know. Do y'all hear any audio doubling over? But go ahead, Strategy King. You just got back off tour with Kanye West.
Hove dissed Ye.
Hove has dissed your guy.
He dissed your guy while he over there in Turkey performing. How you feel about that?
Let me just say this. We appreciate exams with dinosaurs, you know? We all go take the kids and say, these are things that used to matter. Thousands of years ago. And that's what the roots is about, right? They said, let's go remember the good old days back in the day in ain't that when he came out? We in the 20s, right? But the 1999 dude rapping about, the only reason I matter for most of y'all is because I married my wife, Beyonce. If it wasn't her, I'd be just like Nas to most of y'all. A good rapper that nobody gives a crap about. That's what Jay-Z is, okay? And to the New Yorkers, get real hyped up because, by the way, Wemby's going to destroy your little hopes and dreams. I'm ready for the New Yorkers. Ye's ready for the New York, Brooklyn dude who's yo. This is yippity hippity hip hip yippity yip yip. You don't matter, Jay. This isn't 2004 when the college dropout came out. Ye has been a billionaire years before you. Years. You're angry because you didn't get your cut of Yeezy. I don't know if you all remember that interview Ye put out, but that's when he left. That's when he left Rock Nation, because at one point, Jay was his manager.
When you were saying that Jay's mad because he didn't get any part of Yeezy, can you
talk about that? He missed out on some sneakers. Let's go.
No. It's not sneakers. Remember, Yeezy is a brand. Right?
Yes.
So Ye, before he even got into the Adidas deal, he was selling fashion. You know, people may not have known about it. But, you know, remember when he did the Madison Square Garden? People was out there, Naomi Campbell, Rihanna, all of them was out there, Young Thug, in his clothes. Not the sneakers, in his clothes. But anyway, Ye did an interview. Go look it up, do your research. He did an interview, and he said that, go ahead.
Go ahead, continue on. We're listening, Strategy King, because we know you're excited. And again, I want to be clear with everybody. Strategy King just got off tour. He just got back from Turkey with Kanye West, and he's going to let us know how easy he feels about all this. Let's go, Strategy King. Let's go.
Let me just say, Ye is this is his birthday week, this coming up, by the way. He's too busy to care. I'm really not trying to make this a Ye thing, because Ye, honestly, he's the biggest man in the world. Like, he is the final boss. All of the other little N-words, I don't use that word. That's a Jay-Z thing to use the N-word.
Go ahead.
But, you know, all the little, you know what I mean? What do they call it? YNs? I think that's what it's called. YNs. That's, you know, except he's an oldie. Jay-Z. I just want to say this. Nicki Minaj is going to destroy you. Nicki, she's already been just destroying you. And you gave her what she needed. You went out of kid. So for everybody here, you know, Jay-Z, okay, well, when Nicki Minaj destroys you, your manhood, because you can't respond to a sister, because that's what she is, right? You know, ain't this ain't you didn't Beyonce go out there to endorse Kamala? So you can't attack a black woman. Ain't that all of Meg's whole thing? We gotta protect, right? So you can't go at Nicki and she takes her big gun and guts you, bro. She's gonna play. She's gonna go bowling ball with your balls. Jay.
Make
That's
it
what
come
she's
out.
gonna do.
Make it come out and respond to Nicki Minaj. What's your thoughts on that?
Nicki Minaj is going to have a field day with Jay-Z. Just her alone. That's why, like I said, Ye don't have to get involved. Ye is so big now, like he just broke a world record, not a hip hop, not a New York, Brooklyn, summer jam, and gives a shit about summer, whatever. They fired the people who ran it. What is his name? The old man Ebro. No one cares about Summerfest, Summer Jam, whatever it is, except for the New York folks. Good job for y'all. Ye is setting world records. He's gonna let other people handle it, like Nicki. Nicki, she's gonna handle it. Drizzy has already made it clear. I baited you out just like he did with Kendrick. I baited you out with, what is it, drop and give me 50. Now you all know how I feel about blackface Drake. This is tough for me to talk about blackface. But Drizzy dropped the little teaser and was like, all right, is he gonna bite? And
So-
Jay-
Just so y'all
Jay
know,
took the-
just so y'all know, Strategy King does not fuck with Drake, so it's very difficult for him to say anything nice about him. But now, since Jay has gone after his goat, yay, all bets are off.
Well, look, I think you all would agree. Look, I fully supported Kendrick. I still, Kendrick's my guy. I rock with Kendrick. By the way, Baby Keem has done got a song coming out, or he's been working on some music with Jay, by the way, in case y'all didn't know that.
Okay, so yeah, because clearly Jay-Z got some. I know at the very least that he got features that are about to come out.
Yeah. You mean Jay-Z or Ye?
You're talking about Baby Keem and
Yeah, I'm talking about Baby Keem was working with Ye.
yeah. No, yeah, because he's influenced by Ye, especially
Yep.
yeah,
Production.
Go ahead.
Worked on
And as a
and
matter,
all that.
and also this week, Baby King mentioned how Ye is a big part of his influence, but not only that, they've linked up recently, and Ye's been producing with him. So my point is Kendrick, if you notice, he didn't really bother Ye because one, Baby King rocked with Ye. Okay, that's the problem for Jay-Z. Jay-Z, you're the rapidy rap dude. Here's the truth, Jay-Z. You couldn't even out rap Eminem on a song. Like, you're not the big boss. If we really want to talk about the biggest rapper, it's Eminem. I know the New York folks don't want to admit that, but that's what it is. Eminem is really the biggest of all as far as sales. It's just no one talks about him. Let's be honest, because most of these folks got color issues.
Wait a minute. You said
Wait, what's the last part you said?
You said because they're colorists.
No, that's it.
Oh, you said colorist with white people now.
King. All right,
on,
we
nigga.
slided now. Now we slide.
No. I said color issues. They don't, the joke, but they don't want to give the white man the credit. But that's what it is.
But
Eminem is
I think Eminem, the white man has enough credit.
He got enough credit.
He got enough credit. But I get what you're saying.
All I'm trying to get at is with Jay-Z, bro. Here's the deal, bro. I get it. You got to quote defend your girl, Beyonce, and the kids and all of that. And we support Black family, Black love. We support it. But when it comes to Ye, dude, your arms are too short to box with God. You ain't ready. Because I'm telling you, if you come this time, Ye ain't dealing with you. Sam mentioned it earlier. This isn't 2003. You little bro.
Literally told he came at the Ye hard. That was a hard bar. He said he mentioned doing Ye up for mentioning his kids. He was talking some
Rivera stabbing people.
He was talking some tough talk.
He's just gonna stab Ye in that trash bag. What we doing here, man? We talking about violence now? What we doing? I thought you would stab the Iceman, not Kanye.
He feels Drake is just mad because Jay-Z's strategy has worked. But with Ye, he was talking like
talking greasy,
cut right under them folds and shit.
Yeah, man, what we talking about?
Which was surprising. This is why it's like the gloves are off, Jay. You gonna talk like that to us? We gave you your career. What? It wasn't for Ye, you would have been done 20 years ago, old man. You never had a run in hip hop. Ever. Ever. Without Ye doing a Watch the Throne, most folks would have forgotten about you in 2008.
Yeah. You talking about? Well, it starts with. I actually know some people that they didn't really get into Jay-Z until they heard on the Fix. No, not the Fix. Rock La Familia. This Can't Be Life.
Right. Think about it. It's hard not like that. Ye produced your first real big hit. Like, look, all I'm trying to get at is for you to talk like Shannon brought it up. For you to go there, big with your quote, brother. Here's the truth, Jay. Bianca, it's been reported, and let me just say, first of all, hats off to Bianca.
Who's Bianca? Are you talking about who's
his wife?
Okay, Bianca. Okay, yeah.
She got Aussie gang ties,
you know what,
mafia
Strategy
ties.
King? I'm so used to your humor. I thought you was calling Beyonce Bianca.
No. No, Bianca Ye's wife. But because she really has been really important to Ye when it comes to therapy and addressing certain things that are important for all of our health, right? But anyway, here's the point. Bianca's dad, in case you don't know, has, let's just say, ties. Drake has a song. Drake has a song called Mob Ties, right?
Yeah, he does. Mob ties. Yep.
I mean, we know about allegedly Bianca's background. Yes.
Yeah.
From what we've heard.
No, it ain't alleged. It's well,
we're trying to say alleged on the air, Strategy King.
We got to be careful.
Yeah. Come on now. Man, you first 48 hours. No, it is true.
We're gonna say on this platform, we're not getting sued like Tasha K. Yeah. Who else getting lined up?
Come on,
all them people getting lined up.
And we already got alleged. And Strategy King, you gotta understand, we already got alleged gangster niggas watching us anyway.
Gotcha. You're right. Allegedly, right? Her uncle is in the prison right now for very, very challenging topics. Let's just say it that way. So, Jay, bro, this ain't the one you want to come with because these folks got, her dad is an accountant for a firm that deals globally. So, I don't think you really want these problems. Just keep it subtle, bro. Ain't nobody concerned about your friends. This ain't the Ye back. By the way, everything Ye said was proven correct. People called him crazy. He going on rants on stages. Ye just today proved everything Ye said on that stage, saying, "Don't send your shooters at me, man." Everything he said, Jay-Z today confirmed. That's what happened. But they tried to make him look crazy.
Did confirm that? No, he did confirm that he did stab. He did get. Yeah. He did the on.
But for 10 years, from 2016 to 2026, they tried to make Ye look crazy. Like, you think you're gonna send a shooter? He must be crazy.
Well, that's because with Strategy King, I'll just say this.
I mean, he didn't want to admit to a crime.
No, but also you got to keep in mind, Strategy King. Some of the alleged rumors surrounding Drake. I keep telling folks, all right, because look, some people can be Obama of the underworld, if that makes sense. All right, I gotta come outside to remind people. I get busy firsthand. I don't send shooters. All right.
Thank you, Strategy King, for calling in as well.
You're welcome. Hey, keep up the good show. Just know this: Ye broke a world record. We doing good over here.
All right, man. So shouts out to Strategy King calling in from Turkey.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, people say we eating.
All right, so the lines are still open. I know y'all was like, man, can we get to the next call? Shouts out to Strategy King. Y'all can call in too, by the way. So we still got y'all.
We can actually we may be able to do multiple people at once.
But, we won't be able to do that.
Oh, okay.
All right, that's enough black woman leveling me up, okay?
903-600-0530.
All right.
Again, the call is 903-600-0530. Y'all call in and let us know what you think about this. You know, Strategy King, who's over there, he's pro Ye.
Yeah, all the way.
He said he's disappointed that Jigga Jay-Z had bars for his guy.
Violent bars,
Allegedly.
Kanye got the most violent bars.
He got the hardest violent bars.
Yeah, Chicago nigga.
Jay-Z talking about Nicki Minaj's children.
Right.
Talking about her family.
We're not going to even get into that.
I said, I don't know, man. Now, y'all know.
Y'all can't tell Strategy King to get off the line and then don't call. Like, what the fuck is up with this? Yo, how the fuck? Yo, get your asses on the phone line. Y'all gonna all vote like, get this nigga out of fuck up out of the, and then y'all not even calling him.
We just wanted y'all to talk. We don't want no calls. All right, 903-600-0530. You guys, remember we used to have Industry Snitch Hour back in the day? We actually had people call in. Yo, guys, let me tell you what's happening. And we actually had one of OVO niggas call in, too. That was funny.
Yeah, no, man. You got to understand how it goes with the boy.
Yes, 1089. That is true. That's why Jay-Z had the spicier bars. We finally got another call in here. Let's go. Caller, name and where you're from.
This is Jordan Harris from Philadelphia.
Oh, so Jordan Harris. Hold on.
Did you go to the picnic?
Did you go to the picnic to see me? Slay niggas?
Listen, it's right down the street from my crib, man.
Did you go?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, yo, what's the vibe?
The vibe was, the city love Hov, man. This like his second home. Everybody love Hov. He brought out Jasmine. He brought out Stay Prop. Like, we love Jay. He shut it down. Listen, what's his name? Strategy King.
Yeah.
I had a point earlier, but he kind of threw me off when he was just talking about Ye. Like, this nigga was scattered. I just was like,
well, you gotta remember. You gotta remember. He's with Ye, man. That's his guy, bro. That's his nigga.
That's your guy. Ye, his guy.
That's Ye is. You gotta understand. Ye is his guy.
I love Ye. You know what I mean? I have. Well, let me not say I love it. I have a love-hate thing with Ye because Ye be doing some nutty stuff all the time. But like, I don't know. He got. I don't know what type of relationship they got going on over there. It's crazy. But I was gonna say earlier, Ye is doing things subliminally, trying to assert himself, or trying to have himself and have his name sit next to Jay-Z. I mean, just the fact that he did the show today in Turkey the same night as the Roots picnic. He had the Wireless Festival on the same days as the days that he was doing the New York shows. It's like Ye is definitely pressed and upset with Jay and wants to take that smoke on with him and have that like back and forth, just like Drake and just like Nicki. And I think stuff like today, y'all got to remember, it's like people been taking shots at Hov for years and he hasn't said anything. So now that he popped out and said something today, it's like, come on, this is no different than what Cat Williams said on the Shannon Sharp show. Like, I don't say nothing until these people are saying something about
Shannon Sharp show. You were saying,
what Cat Williams was saying. What Cat Williams was saying, he was just basically saying he don't respond to any of these people until they say something, about him. And that's kind of how I feel about Jay-Z. Is like, people like Nicki, people like Drake, people like Ye. There's so many people that have been taking shots at Jay-Z for years, and he hasn't said anything. And today, like he's been saying, it's all offense. 2016, and I feel like, he about to rattle the cage. He about to rattle some people. Some people about to be upset. I don't really think Drake really wants these problems because, it's gonna be a long day for Drake. I mean, you got to look at Drake's history. You know what I mean? Every time somebody who has real lyrical ability goes at him, he runs.
True, I don't disagree with that. The only thing I'll say that makes Drake a very interesting experiment, just that first engagement with Meek Mill would have killed a lot of rappers' career. Pusha T is not nothing. He not a small feat. And then with Kendrick Lamar, that whole shit, and then still come out and have this dominating energy on the chart.
Even to still get
I get what you said.
Response from Jay-Z on stage.
Yeah, I get what you said, but I really see is that if Benny, I think this is a situation where Benny Blanco survives and he's going that Carlito.
But his point, he's saying that lyrically, he's saying from a lyrical standpoint, he's like, look, I understand Drake is the blob. He's very hard to kill. He is. People don't give him credit for that. He's fucking hard to kill. But I think Jordan, what you're saying is, you saying lyrically, though, it's already been proven more than once that there's certain things he has difficulties with when it comes to competing lyrically.
Lyrically, Jay-Z is going to the situation that happened with Kendrick and Drake. Kendrick basically started a wave last year before last, or after the battle, where the average consumer now wants to do research. They want to deep dive. They want to understand homonyms, triple entendres, double on. Like they want to understand lyricism. They want to do their research. You know what I mean? And I feel like that wasn't a thing for the general public. It became more popularized after the battle.
That is true because it was a lot of that. It was a lot of decoding, deciphering type stuff. Yeah.
But that's what Jay come from. You know what I mean? People who and mind you, this is for like the Gen Zers. This for the younger kid. I'm 35, so like, you know, I grew up, you know, as a millennial. You know, I'm also a rapper myself. So
you basically say you grew up with literacy.
Yeah, I grew up with niggas who were lyricists. You know what I mean? So it's like you know, we grew up with this. This is what Jay-Z does. You know what I mean? Jay-Z was one of the triple entendre. Don't even ask me how. It's just like these are some of the things that he said over the course of his career that I just don't know lyrically if Drake can really handle something like that. You know what I mean?
I agree with your perspective. I agree with your perspective on that part. And you're right about lyricism. That's why I said you're going to be right about two different conversations. But again, like we said, this particular situation, as you can see with the Rock Nation media pundits that won't say they're Rock Nation, and you see with academics, like a lot of this stuff is kind of, that's why I say is a very strong cultural war going on right now.
This is a very interesting hip-hop civil war because of a couple of things. I do agree with you, Jordan, that for the people who champion Drake, you have to admit there are a lot of times where they thought Drake was going to get over the mountaintop and he didn't. Mm-hmm. When it came to the Duppy and the story of Adidon. But see, this is crazy because the catch-22 though is people still subconsciously root for him. Like, so that's the thing too that makes this very interesting because when the story of Adidon came out, people didn't assume that Drake just lost. We saw he lost when Jay Prince came out and said he wasn't going to fight and blah, blah, blah. So he took the L, right? Did it happen again? Like, there are a lot of pro Rock Nation or Kendrick people or pro Drake people who be like, oh, in the battle, they was against Drake. No, they weren't. Drake was seen, he had a lot of people rooting for him at the beginning of the battle where people was like, yo, Drake has a really good chance. And then we saw what happened there with the Not Like Us and the Heart Part 6 and all that. So there's a weird combination where we have it in this civil war where Drake has an energy as much as people make fun of him, as much as people come after him. It's always like there's some part of the hip hop community that quietly be rooting for him for whatever reason.
Well, okay, the other side of it, the reason why Story of Adidon is a very important turn point in Drake's career, because up until then, Drake was running around with the belt when he did what he did to Meek Mill. Now remember, Meek Mill, Meek Mill is just to say that.
Chris, I'm so silly. You know, you can't really. You know,
I got to. I'm gonna have to say it. I'm going to say it. Let me tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Because when I was in Houston, all of the twerk girls was jamming Dream Chasers. They do not fuck with Philly rap like that in Houston. Okay, That's how well because Meek Mill was able to marry that Philadelphia swag, old school word, that Philly swag with that Miami music, right? The Miami tracks, and it kind of ate up Ace Hood's lane. And I like Ace Hood shit, right? But the reason why I'm saying nobody wants to talk about it, what happened with Meek Mill and Drake was a grand upset in hip hop. Nobody talks about it. That's why people thought he could do the same thing with Pusha T.
No, but the reason why I'm asking,
Go ahead.
I wanted you to explain. We know that a lot of advantages that Hove has, and you're pro their camp. But what's your thoughts on just the energy around Drake, even with the losses and the relationship hip hop has with him, and even with these losses, why do you think people still root for him subconsciously?
I mean, I tell you, back when the Meek and Drake situation happened, he's coming off the heels of If You're Reading This Is Too Late. So the average, well, at least for me, as a person who like listens to music and consumes music, I could have told you how that situation was gonna go. You know what I mean? I love Meek. You know what I mean? I know him personally, like, all of that, but it was just, it's like Drake was always gonna make a club hit. You know what I mean? A club diss hit. Like, that was just obvious. You know what I mean? But I think people have a fondness to Drake because some people that I know have, like, they have a relationship with him and his music for years. He's been out here dominating I won't say dominating, but he's been out here. He's been a presence for at least 15 to 20 years. So I know there's certain people that don't want to give up that he's their GOAT. You know what I mean? He pushes a certain mindset, certain thought process, and they don't want to let that go. And he's a very charismatic, figure. You know what I mean? So people want to just, attach themselves to that. It is a certain archetype that attaches themselves to a person like Drake, which, I mean, y'all could talk more about that on y'all Patreon. I hope y'all, people who's listening, go ahead and sign up. And speaking of Patreon, I'm sure that, like, people that tune into you guys know that Drake better not press them buttons too much, because it's some other stuff that could come out, and it's some other things they could talk about, dealing with, like, monkey paws and all of that other stuff. So Drake gotta calm down, man. He lives a certain lifestyle that some people love, and it's like what Mos Def said. It has to do with consumerism. It has to do with shopping. The SKUs. That's Drake. Whereas in my opinion, I could have told. It's people that's calling my phone today. When Drake and Kendrick was first getting into it, everybody was rooting for Drake. Everybody was, the drop. Everybody was wondering, oh, where's your man's at? People was texting me, harassing me.
Hold on. 1 second. Whoa. Don't just talk past that. Dive into that and tell me what you mean by that people was calling you and it was ready for Drake to win.
I'm saying people who were Drake fans were rooting for Drake before Kendrick popped out, before he opened his mouth, before he did all of the other diss tracks. The consensus, like y'all said before, people, were rooting for Drake to win. They thought that he was going to dominate in the battle. And, in my opinion, I knew from the beginning he really don't want that smoke with Kendrick because, again, this is a multifaceted artist. It's not just he's a super lyricist. It's not just that he can also hit the clubs. He can also be funny. He can move in other different directions, in the same as Drake. So it just was like, I feel like he heavily underestimated his opponent. He tried to little bro him and he got his ass whooped. So then it's just like, and I'm hoping that he don't, and this the same thing that he's doing now is what he did back with the Pusha T situation. It's like, you don't really want to fight Pusha T, so what you do? You go at Kanye. It's like, no, talk to the man that wants to go at you. Talk to the man that wants to fight you. You know what I mean? You don't really want no smoke with Kendrick. That's why you bowed out. Now you want to take subs, and now you want to direct the attention on Jay. And it's like, okay, if you really want those problems, you can go ahead, you can get them. But I'm trying to tell you, it's going to be a long day for you because more stuff is going to get revealed. You know, they're going to peel it back layer by layer. You know what I mean? You know,
Wait a
so
minute.
it's like you can't unless you're ready for that. Unless you're prepared, you're ready. You got some information. You got some stuff over there. Cool, do your thing. But you know, I've always
versus CIA because they both sides say they got something.
It's about to get goofy. It's about to get. I mean, you know, Drake's first label was called ATF. You know, if anybody knows what that is.
Yes.
I mean, no, my bad. It stood for All Things Fly. My bad. That was before OVO, but that's a whole nother story.
Well,
I do have one more though for Jordan before you go into yours, Prince. What does that side and Hove think though about this time? You know, it's not only just a Drake thing. Even with Drake being wounded, you still you still got other two icons that are wounded as well, but they're still a big deal, like Nicki and Ye. I mean, is that something that side is like worried about? Like, I mean, Ye's still relevant, Nicki, like, or do y'all feel like Nicki and Ye, you know, they don't mean nothing?
I'm saying, and I've said this for at least the last 2 years now. And it probably will never happen. And I'm hoping that me saying this and putting this in the airwaves, you know, maybe it'll jog people's, you know, or put a spark idea in somebody's brain. But like, I really felt like Nicki and Ye should have teamed up years ago. I felt like Drake and Ye should have teamed up years ago. I don't know what relationship Drake has with Wayne and Nicki at this point, but like, you know, it's strength in numbers, and a lot of the people that, you know, support Jay, you could kind of point them out. You can kind of see all the people that support Jay and that will go to bat for him. And, you know, Drake's going to need more than academics. Nicki's going to need more than, you know, MAGA. And he's going to need more than, you know, them niggas out in Turkey to, you know, support him. You know what I mean? So it's like they and I'm sure y'all listen to Bully. Well, I know y'all listen to Bully because y'all did the review. But like, but in my opinion, that's a Ye, in my opinion, is a shell of who he was because of the things that he's gone through in the last 3 years. So like you said, yes, he's wounded. But, you know, he's trying to hold it together. So that's why Strategy King getting on here, Pop and Fly was just like, yo, man, just if you love Ye, tell him to just focus on staying alive because he don't look right. But yeah, you know, the people that's out right now, if y'all love Drake, you know, people like Nicki, whoever's in his ear, whoever's around him, man, tell that boy, leave them niggas alone, man. Just go ahead, continue making hits. Janice, FCFU, like that's a fire song, you know. I personally don't really like the other two albums. Iceman is cool, but, you know, just keep making hits. Just keep making your songs. Keep, you know, being the true artist, you know, the songwriter, the artist that we love you for being, and, you know, just do your thing, you know. You ain't gotta kamikaze the situation and go at Jay, man, you know.
All three of them survived a lot, and they're still relevant. Just leave it there and move on. And it's interesting, Prince, because you went to go get something real quick. Jordan said that back in the day, Nicki, Drake, Ye, and them should have got together back then. And remember in our 2018 live show, for us, we were pretty baffled by the fact that Ye backed down from doing a joint album with Drake, and then also the whole situation where Nicki wanted to do her own sneaker thing. I know she's doing it now, but it would have been more influential if at the time it was Ye and her.
Ego.
Yeah, and then now where everyone is trying to muscle up to go after Jay-Z, they've been disfigured in some type of way. Still powerful because, you know, I don't underestimate nobody, you know. It's like,
I mean,
but
I'm
I get.
sorry to cut you off, Sam, but I apologize, but just think about, you know, if it is true that Drake is now independent, and I don't know Ye's situation, I think he is independent as well. Just imagine what a joint album from them looks like now, you know, with both of them having their gripes with Jay and, you know, both of them being independent. I mean, you know, Ye's production skills are still, you know, out of this world. You know, Drake still knows how to sniff out a hit. You know, just imagine what that would look like. Or, you know, I'm sure Nicki could, you know, scrap a verse together. I guess I don't know. You know, she hasn't. I don't know what she's doing, but she maybe could put together a verse. You know, but just imagine what that could sound like now. Is you know, people were able to put their differences aside. I mean, I know that it's a lot of distrust, and, you know, Drake is isolating Iceman. He's isolating everybody out, you know, but it's just like you going up against some real heavy people, and you doing it by yourself, and all three of those people that I just mentioned, you know, it's like the enemy of my enemy, you know, is my friend. But, you know, I just don't see the thought process, because like I said to you before, people like Jay, it's a lot of people that we could name that he could throw in front to get y'all out of here. And, you know, the alleged person is one of them is Kendrick. You know
Well,
what I mean?
the thing is, I get what y'all saying, but remember, just to be clear, Kendrick did say no round twos. Now, I don't know if he's going to break that promise, but, and I don't know how much more does he want his brand associated with Drake. You get what I'm saying? Because they both.
We'll let it play out.
Yeah,
we let all of it play out.
No, we'll see. I mean, they niggas. They gonna do it anyway. Whatever the fuck these are niggas. These are black. Well, Drake's from Canada, but the rest, and Nicki's from the Caribbeans. But the rest of these niggas is all black American niggas who. You know what niggas like, you say bro don't, and they already gone. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't, you know, they ain't. Prince Solomon is not offering no fucking peace treaty with no American niggas. All right, I'm just being honest with you. Trying to get out there like that. Talking about, man, you heard what he said. This is smoke that you can't even sit down with Farrakhan. So obviously, you know, people don't want to.
And Jordan, he has to have known about that. The Farrakhan was supposed to have a meeting with them.
And only Snoop showed up.
Snoop Dogg showed up. Why? Why the rest of the niggas didn't show up?
You out there with the brother Muhammad's. You out there in Philly with the brother Muhammad's, the bald heads and the beards.
Listen, Drake has done a lot of meetups with a lot of different people. You know what I mean? He's done a lot of meetups with Kendrick before the battle. I mean, y'all know that. Y'all got y'all ears in the street. So I mean, he's done a lot of meetups. He's done a lot of meetups with Kanye. You know what I mean? It's been a lot of meetups, and I guess, you know, at what point do you just be like, I've had enough of these niggas?
That's okay. Thank you, Jordan. That's where see Jordan, you already know, and Meek Mill is your guy, right? So you already know what's going on, right? You know, because people keep thinking, I keep telling, bro, I'm Team Thought Crimes. I have no idea what niggas are talking about when I'm calling them a boxing match, all right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Anthony Joshua getting whooped in the corner. What you going to say? Like, oh, I'm the other nigga's friend?
Sometimes it is
right?
difficult trying to maintain all these fan bases.
And I get it. You know, everybody gang, but listen, this is what you're getting. But to your point is what we've been illustrating. He has done all these meetup with niggas, and to your point, he's saying he was already tired of niggas when he said, I'm sick of these niggas. Hire some help, right? So he extra sleepy on these niggas now.
Exactly. I mean,
he fed up. That's why it's weird. They're not exactly the same, but they do got some mirroring issues to some degree.
A little bit of a nephew uncle energy. Take my uncle out in the backyard and beat his ass, motherfucker. What the fuck's wrong with you, nigga? In front of grandma? The fuck is wrong with you? Beat your ass on top of all these George Foreman burgers.
Yeah, man. I would be tired of niggas too. You know what I mean? What you know, XXXTentacion was doing with the pictures of his mom. I mean, Drake been through a lot with, you know, Black American.
You said black Americans. Hey man, hold on. You got to clarify that one because they already think we two Caribbean niggas.
They know we're not Caribbean.
This is niggas just being a hateful nigga. They gonna go to the most sassiest shit.
Niggas only say that when we say something that they don't like. It's like, move on. But you are saying interesting stuff because I'm gonna be honest, Jordan. I feel a little bit Sith energy from you.
Yeah.
I feel like how you lay.
Listen to that. He talking about let it fly. Nigga, we ain't got nothing to do. Trump in office.
No, I'm Black American myself. You know what I mean? Philly all day. But I'm just saying. I understand. Drake being from Canada, Drake being half Jewish. You know what I mean? Coming to America, getting pissed on, and having pictures of his mom with stuff on her face, and
there's a lot.
He's been through a lot.
That's a lot of shit to deal with,
I went to school out here, so I be tired of these niggas too, and I'm getting fights every day, just for having the right clothes on. It's it's crazy.
I'm gonna be honest though. Sometimes I feel like, maybe it could be different because I'm a female, y'all two are men. But I'm like, you can literally choose the type of black people to be around, though. Like, even when I grew up, in the streets and the hoods and stuff, Jersey City and all that, like, if I didn't fuck with you and you got that type of energy, I wouldn't be fucking with you. If I'm going to hang out with the black kids who like to paint like me, and like we like to go do other shit, I don't have time trying to be fake tough or have people making fun because they crying about what sneakers people wear and all that shit. No. I'm gonna hang out with the black kids that aren't focused on that.
Well, to be honest with you, said I get what you said, but that's not how it works with Black American niggas. Okay, usually if you got another Black American nigga op, you got karma from the past life, nigga. You fucked up somewhere, nigga. All of your Black American niggas are your past life karma, nigga. So Drake, what did you do in another life, nigga? Kendrick, what did you do in another life? Yeah, what did you do? Yeah, man, like J. Cole, nigga, what did you do? I know you was born in Germany, but you got some past life karma. Jay-Z got past life karma with all these little baby niggas. He got baby niggas up under him biting at him.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Jay's another person that, his history, his karma, everything that he's done in the past, it's coming, he got his stuff that he got to deal with. But, I'm just the type of person that, I feel like we shouldn't necessarily throw the baby out with the bathwater. I know that Jay has done some things in the past, whether it's business-wise or whatever, that could be considered, messed up. And yeah, he got to pay for that. But, for the most part, I try to see the positive and the good in people. And, maybe that's to my own detriment and my own downfall. But, you know what I mean? Just with the history of us as Black people in this country, you know what I mean? We tend to do that a lot with our own, where it's like, I remember what it was like growing up in the early 2000s and loving Michael Jackson, and everybody's making the, little boy jokes and what do R. Kelly and Michael Jackson have in common with, pay less or whatever, and have boys' pants half off, whatever. It was just like, I remember, times in our life where Black figures were the butt of the joke, by Black people, or just historically what we've gone through, where we just, turn on our own, or how we've isolated or, ostracized our own. It's something that I don't necessarily agree with, and I think that we should do a better job of uplifting ourselves and our own. And that's hard to say because you do have people who are like Jay in that type of position, that, punch down. You know what I mean? They do a lot of things that, humiliate and beat on, the young inspiring artists or A&R, whoever that's trying to come up, and they can use their power to abuse too. So, like I said, it's people that are, I'm not saying him specifically, I'm saying just people who are Black in positions like him. We know that there's a history of people doing that, not just in the music industry, but in the movie business and so on and so forth, just corporations. So I just think, you know, we have to take these more, and this is actually what I wanted. This is what I wanted to say earlier. My biggest issue now, and y'all could tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm tripping or whatever, but people like a Jay-Z can't be too upset with somebody like a Drake in his position, or even being able to brag about beating Michael's record when you've assisted this nigga in his entire career. You know, Jay-Z has never given any other young rapper as many verses, let alone as many iconic verses as he's done Drake. You know, and I think not even close. I mean, the closest thing you could say is the What's Free verse for Meek. And look how long it took for Meek to even get that verse. So, you know what I mean? The entire Black American music industry has supported Drake in his career from the beginning of his career. I mean, on his mixtape, he had, you know, Omarion, Lloyd, Bun B, Wayne, you know what I mean? So Drake has had a crazy push and support his entire career from the beginning of his career. So we can't be too mad at him now for popping his shit now, saying, you know, he better than Michael, because, you know, we damn near created this monster. You know what I mean? So
better than Michael. He just beat Michael Jackson's record, because anybody who says they're better than Michael Jackson is smoking rocks.
Well, it's never gonna happen.
Especially in rap. Like in other music genres, you could say people are just as talented, just not as famous. Like if you talk about the Nicholas brothers or whatever. But ain't nobody in rap even in a discussion. And I don't care how much I love you in hip hop, ain't nobody in hip hop is on the same talent level as Michael Jackson.
Nah.
Nobody in hip hop.
You know, but hey, listen, it is what it is. I think there's some karma on it, because, you know, Jay-Z was one of the first niggas that made everybody, all the fans, look at the numbers too. 50 Cent came along and he doubled down that gospel, and Drake comes along and he triples down that gospel.
No, that's a great point. Like,
that's why. So it's kind of like,
Jay-Z
you know,
is the first true mathematician.
Drake is still the back end. He still is the back end of the bling era, like on the back end of it, you know, because you had like, Hypnotize Biggie, then you had the whole Jay-Z shit around that time.
Don't forget Pac and Versace and all that.
Yeah, Tupac and Versace, with the fashionista shit. Nigga laying naked in the tub with gold and shit, right? So, you know,
and also, if you could go even a little bit further back, you got to give a little bit of credit to Big Daddy Kane, because he was doing all the icy, doing all the icy shit and all that with the Tarzan underwears on.
Now, I do think it's interesting though that Meek Mill did say early on. He said that when I don't know what podcast he was responding to, but he said that Drake is cool with me and Jay, and then Meek Mill is behind. He's backstage filming Jay-Z dissing Drake.
No, I think Meek Mill. Meek Mill was supposed to be the connect to try to
consigliere.
Yeah, like he's obviously choosing Jay-Z's side, but he was supposed to be the guy to try to like bring some type of peace in between both of them. It just didn't work.
All right, man. Your concluding thought, bro, for, you know, your final thoughts here on the end of it, man. You in Philly. You saw everything live.
Final thoughts, man. I'll just say this. You know, I think it's about to be something that you said before, Prince, in a stream before. You were saying that if Kendrick pop out and they do the beef again, they start dissing, it's going to be another 10 years of just, we're going to be in the sucker place for 10 years. I think that's just going to happen regardless, because I think this summer is about to be a hot one. I think today was just the start of it. You know, Jay-Z, you know, is probably going to pop out and do some more. Drake is a Scorpio. No diss, but he's a Scorpio, you know, and he's not gonna let it go. So
no, he's not. No. I'm telling you, it's not a diss. It's the truth. He's a Scorpio. So I mean, there's a positive and dark Scorpios, but he ain't letting this go, man. All right.
Yeah. So you know, crazy. It's gonna be a crazy summer. I can't wait to look forward to it. And you know, again, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. I'm going to stay tapped in. And thank you.
All right. Peace, bro.
We love you too,
Take
Jordan.
care. Shouts out to the Philly niggas. All right, then.
We got a DJ?
Yo, DJ,
Yo,
DJ,
DJ,
you
what's
live
up?
now. What's up, bro?
Niggas. Are you not entertained? I'm not. I talk to the, thought crimes all the time as family. I just want to say one thing, man, because I've been listening the whole time, knitting my goddamn tapestry of niggerdom over here. I think the real villain in all of this shit is Atlanta, Georgia. You Atlanta niggas, ATL shouted, you let Kendrick preach to you niggas and went back and sided with Drake.
Come on, it's going to be, DJ, it's going to be where the money is, though. It can't get no money with, you see YG and all them blood and Crip niggas? Somebody going to die on the video set. Atlanta niggas ain't fucking with that shit. Them niggas, how your face oily and ashy? Them niggas do not want to, man, bro, fuck that. Get this Canadian nigga back on the line.
Get Drake on the phone. They like their diamonds. They want to be.
Yeah.
That's true.
And I'm gonna be honest. And to the family, the Atlanta family, I love y'all. Ain't no fuck Atlanta. I love Atlanta. But I'm saying all that to say this: the West Coast and the South need to stay the fuck out of this shit. I'm seeing all these West Coast niggas. He didn't even like you niggas, man. He didn't. We gotta have a real conversation. Seriously, we gotta have a real conversation about how the West Coast is trying to rally behind an East Coast MC who don't give a fuck about them. And quite frankly, that's the real narrative in this, more so to me than Drake versus Jay-Z, because that's going to happen. Write it in the books. Thought Crime's been forecasting this shit for years. Here it go. But to see the many beefs that's happening from this, because now, like, you see academics going ahead. When we talk, DJ Head and all these guys. So when you see the Civil War factor, that's the real conversation. And wait, let's take this even a step further. Because when Jay-Z, who been the most white-leaning corporate, I'm not a businessman, all that shit. Now he come out on his Huey P. Newton, Bobby Seale energy. It's like, nigga, you can't do that. And y'all have called it out completely. I think Hov played itself. I think he let this motherfucker bait him into a situation. And now, he want to be like, and like I said to y'all earlier, like, even though we got systemic issues with Jay-Z, he is the culture. I cannot take that away from him. That is a nigga from the hood. And, unfortunately, he is fighting the demons of his own creation, because he talked all that, I'm the culture, I'm a business, and, all of that. And now this is coming back to him. So this is not going to be no MC battle, man. We keep talking, all y'all niggas talk, man, he can't rap with Jay-Z. Bro, that's not even the point, my nigga.
No, it's not.
This is a bigger conversation. Also, stop talking this Michael Jackson shit. That's a whole nother conversation, man. That man was multi-talented. He was raised to do that shit. And if y'all just want to be honest with you, none of these niggas is on that level. I mean, you could kind of make an argument for Drake because he's been acting all them years and, doing other things, but let's just get real. So in conclusion, man, we here. To see Jay-Z talk about Dame Dash like that was clown shit to me. And I know them niggas don't like each other, like you said. This is like the biggest divorce ever in hip-hop, because them niggas was the king of the niggas. They was the most corporate street niggas. That you know what that shit was. Since like Death Row, yeah. it was no more corporate street niggas that had all that money that was like the face. I mean, even more so than like the DMX and all them niggas. Like, these was the guys. And for them niggas to break up like that's crazy. So then to be joking about niggas' teeth falling out their mouth. And, like, them niggas just need to go do something to each other because it's sad.
Yeah.
And in reality, the reason I say that is Jay-Z really has alienated every motherfucker that has ever assisted him on his climb. So for him to walk out with the buckwheat just show that he have no more advisors left. It ain't nobody you can steal from. What Cameron say? Shit, it ain't no more big lines you could take. You didn't like, who else can he bite? Who else can Jay-Z Shang Tsung the energy? Beyonce hiding. She don't know what the hell going on. You know, I'm just being honest, you know. And why you niggas on some Jay-Z and we love Jay-Z? Hey, bro, how does it feel to know that nigga came out there with the big afro and he windmilling? I never thought in my life for 34 years I would ever see whole windmilling. That's sad, bro. He done fucked over so many people. He don't know what he forgetting, motherfucker. Bro, like, y'all thought Drake got jumped last year. Bro, the man is windmilling, suing. I never thought that state property Jay-Z that I synced in the car, so like, you should handle that. You should, like Mr. Cool and Composed is swinging for his life. I'll be honest with you, bro. I'm really sad, you know, because the hip-hop that I grew up on is over, bro. Like this is like really the last, bro. When Meek Mill looks cooler than Jay-Z, we got a problem, bro. So I mean, we already know what's gonna happen, baby. But they about to rip this nigga apart because, you know, like I said, once y'all keep considering, and I'm about to wrap up because I know y'all next calling me all day. You know, I know how to thought crimes fellas, but you know I love y'all.
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead. You're doing your thing. Go ahead, DJ.
Let's talk the facts, man. I think that Jay-Z speaking about Nicki Minaj's son is see, we die from the bullets we don't expect, if that makes any sense. That's gonna be the thing that's gonna tear him down, bro. Because, you know, I know, like, people have gotten real comfortable talking about each other's motherfucking kids, especially Kanye came and his son, who we have not seen in the community. But I really think that him kind of speaking on her son is going to open up the floodgates. So, you know, while I was with Thought Crimes anticipating the battle between Hov and between old Iceman over there, I don't think it's even going to happen. Jay-Z looks crazy right now, bro. I'm just being honest, gang. This ain't the Hov that we felt would be in this shit. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, composed, lyrical. Like, he just looked like, you know, like when the man up here dissing Diddy, man. Like, it's like, come on, bro.
Because you know he trying to shake up a lot of shit off.
Somehow I'm the one to blame, or what the fuck? Like nigga, because you was with him.
Because you know what, DJ, you got to remember, though, like you said about how he looks. And again, whoever y'all ride for is who y'all ride for. But remember, you know, Carlito, he just wanted to go to the island with his woman and sit down. Benny Blanco said, no, nigga, you die at the train. That's what the energy is on right now within hip-hop. And I know a lot of podcast niggas, industry niggas going to be like, yo, why they hating on Ho? We're just saying, bro, there's a lot of people. We told you guys in 2024, DJ, he was on our Patreon. He been talking to y'all in the chat. There's a lot of niggas behind the scenes that do have a problem with Jay-Z. I know people are just very focused on.
Jay-Z's also very clever, too.
Yeah, but he's a lot more craftier because he's the culture thing.
He's a sneaky nigga.
Right now, what we need to do as a hip-hop community, Thought Crimes, people that just tuning in because they want to listen to something. Wherever you at in the world right now, if you're working, you're with your family, driving, if you're a fan of this hip-hop culture, I think right now we just kind of need to shut it down and just give Nas the crown. It's over.
DJ, I thought you were about to say pray for Jay-Z.
No, I thought he was about to say a summit, a peace summit.
I don't even mean that funny. Like I'm dead ass serious. And we look at this whole thing right now. I mean, this is the biggest clash of the Titans since Biggie and Tupac. I'm talking about with two guys that was the biggest in the game, unadulterated at that time. Everybody else may have been a guy that was under and challenged the establishment. But right now, I'm telling y'all, man, Jay-Z, I never thought. I always thought Jay-Z would fall because that's just how the industry works. When they done with you and they got a new puppet, they get the old one out the way. So it's very funny too why he's talking about crackers. Like, bro, hey, be careful, bro. Hey, don't go out on your Malcolm X sword and then nigga like get your hand on my pocket. Now they singing about you with the goddamn Spike Lee tribute because nigga, what this is showing is I've never seen people en masse shit on Jay-Z like this. And if they did, even maybe doing the Nas, like Jay-Z had 50 niggas with him on stage. That was the movement. So it's just like right now he got to be If I'm Jay-Z right now, hey, I tell you this. Watch this. I think Drake got so much respect for Jay-Z, he ain't gonna even say nothing because he know what's gonna happen, bro. It's like Jay-Z out there looking like Denzel in Training Day, right? Like, bro, you look bad. You heard Cat Williams say, hey, you see Cat Williams like, nigga, it's on your nose. You know we can see you, nigga. Damn, like he looking bad, bro. Like, gee, bro, the fact Jay-Z is a very on brand nigga, bro. For G to come out there like I got my hair out, like it's like, bro, no, my man, G, it's over. You talk about reasonable doubt, you definitely wasn't looking like that. And no motherfucking reasonable doubt. That shit look terrible, bro. I'll be honest. I know OVO and them niggas is laughing, bro. And really, listen, Drake playing tough. Drake like that nigga in school that really like everybody. He got some back, but he really a good kid, man. He a good dude. I guarantee you, Drake, I'm like, damn, man, what the fuck, man? I got bro out here looking like this. I'm just going to shut it down. Because Jay-Z dissed everybody with Drake. That's the kicker, right? He only said to Drake, nigga, get tough with them. But that's like a girl. Like, if you be, like, I'm not saying that this is a cool thing, but let's say a guy, like always in my life, if it was a guy that got tough or physical with a woman, like in my neighborhood or stuff, the conversation will be, oh, but you won't pick on them niggas, huh? You won't pick on them niggas? That's basically what Jay-Z said to this nigga, that you won't get tough with these white folks because they own you, and what you're saying is a lie, I have money. After all that shit that nigga Drake insinuated, that nigga dissed that nigga like 15 times on that album, man. And that's all you got to say. But everybody else, you dissing the motherfuckers' kids. You talking about stab niggas. Like, bro, it's really sad. So I know Drake, like, man, dude is really scared of me because he definitely didn't say shit at all about me. And he dissed every nigga around me. So I might as well just let his ass go. I'm going to let, like, it's sad, bro. So all that lyrical, fearful shit y'all said Jay-Z was going to do, he did not do that to the nigga that y'all thought he had problems with. So it's just like, I just never thought I would see it, bro. The Jay-Z I know growing up was hanging niggas off the motherfucking Summer Jam. Like, don't make me put you on the Summer Jam. Like, he was that nigga. So that just show mortality is real. We all get old, bro. Bro, I hope that brother go and just be with his kids and keep making the Carter 5, like whatever albums with motherfuckers and shit. But that Jay-Z that y'all think just so vicious in battle, Takeover Jay-Z is not here right now, bro. And unfortunately, the streamers know it, academics know it, thought crimes, everybody know it. And it's sad, bro, because I know for a fact, Jay-Z, what he say, after me, there should be no more. So for one lifetime, nigga, like, bro, this nigga was retiring in 2004. I know niggas right now that weren't even born when the nigga retired. It's like Miles Davis dissing motherfucking LL Cool J and some shit. This shit over, bro.
Yeah,
it's over, my nigga.
I get what you're saying. I know what you're talking about. I see you talking about what's going to happen because they're going to be ripping anything to shreds. That's why that verse never really showed up on "Let God Sort 'Em Out," because how do you gauge the atmosphere that's so volatile at social media?
Hey, a lot of us, I promise y'all, while y'all talking about niggas Drake fan, I don't give a fuck about either one of these niggas, man. I tell you this though, J. Cole might have been the smartest out this whole situation. We done talked about him like a damn dog, so he a beta male, he ain't shit. But he just know this shit not really gonna end well for nobody, bro, because at the end of the day, you gotta understand, it's Canada, it's in the Canadian government's and parliament's interest to keep Drake hot, personally, financially, because he has boosted tourism for these people, man. Like, he got motherfuckers, I mean, him and The Weeknd, they literally do so much just for the perception of, yo, I remember back in the day, niggas like Canada, if it wasn't Vince Carter, Drake, and like nobody gave a fuck about no Canada, man. Canada, bro, you seen the movie Canadian Bacon? That was like a parody on them. They was never cool. And the dude got hot and they got cool as hell. So, you know, they don't want to go back to where, oh yeah, tourism is down. You got motherfuckers in Compton, we going to the six shit. Niggas taking their baby mamas out for anniversaries to Toronto. It's like, that's, so they need that nigga hot to keep tourism up, man. So, you know, that's just the facts, bro. Like, you know, Drake's responsibility just to his country means more. Jay-Z is Black American, you know, he's one of the culture, but y'all don't want to see him when y'all don't give a fuck about Jay-Z. I'm being honest. Black people, on the whole, don't give a fuck whether that nigga live or die. Don't give a fuck about none of this shit. They laughing at this nigga right now, and that's what's tragic. Honestly, we don't appreciate our own. Like, I remember when Jay-Z Black Album came out, that shit, it wasn't a kid in the country that didn't know that shit word for word. Like, for real, that's like one of the best, like, fuck all that Blueprint shit. That's cool, too. But I'm talking that Black Album, when they thought dude was gone, like you had never saw a moment like that in hip-hop where it was like, we was calling this nigga God for 20 years, basically. And now we got G coming on stage, hair falling out and shit. Like, bro, I do not want to be no rapper. We don't treat him right.
EJ, you know, hey man, but you know, like they said, that's how the game goes. You get what I'm saying? And realistically, you know, Drake looking at it like, you know, you eat niggas up, you know, and now it's time for you to get ate up. And you know what it is, DJ, in the industry. That's it, you know, and some people get to bow out gracefully. Some of it is scandalized and embarrassing. Some niggas die at the top. Some niggas die while they falling off. Some niggas die at the bottom. But it is interesting to see how things have just completely turned. And I'm sure they're going to be tearing this apart for a week.
Yeah, when people get older, they lose touch. I just saw LL Cool J talk, man, I was wearing them big-ass pants and shit. You know, them Kanye West style, you know, them pants.
Yeah, that yachty shit, yeah.
Yeah, he was like, man, shit. My hood was like, yo, what the fuck you doing, LA? He's like, boy, I would have got 20 more of them shit.
They did look crazy.
They look like 60. You know, I mean, bro, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. Jay-Z looked crazy out there, bro. And that, for me, and y'all can say whatever, for me, I can't see Superman fight no battle without the blue and the red and the yellow. Like, Jay-Z looked completely confused. He was windmilling out there. Bro, the whole nigga's whole song was Jigga, Kelly, not guilty. That was the whole shit. Now 30 years later, you say you really stabbed this nigga? Because you...
Oh, yeah. No, that's a good point, DJ. Yeah, he do got a big song with R. Kelly, Jigga, Kelly, not guilty.
That he do shit to people, bro. Like...
Then he said, I did stab the nigga. Surprise. Ha-ha. I stabbed the nigga. Yeah, man. Very interesting times, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, people saying Jay-Z good, like, bro, you gotta show me. This nigga, why would a billionaire be saying he stabbed niggas? Why are you admitting to doing something to a fucking goofy now? Because you trying to prove what? Like, he tweaking, bro. You know?
Hold on, DJ. You said, why would a billionaire brag about I stabbed a random nigga?
Well, some people may say because Jay talked about the.
But you stabbing niggas though.
He said he's gonna stab allegedly.
Yeah, but you stabbing niggas though, and it's
Ye. But then you gonna do that to a nigga that you like. He doing that to do, but you not doing that with niggas that been tweaking with you. So that be like the thing for me. Like you saying you gonna stab you will stab Kanye or something because that's what he's basically saying for speaking on his kids. He'll stab them, but nigga, all the mother, you was just up there with Beanie Siegel. They said they was gonna do everything to your ass. Now you ain't gonna stab them. See, that's what I call you picking and choosing, gang. He picking and choosing. Man, listen. I'm about to get off the phone, love y'all. I never thought that I would see the day that Jay-Z would turn into a crash out. That's what we seeing, bro.
That's a so
Jay-Z
get the crash out cut.
I never seen Jay-Z uncomposed. And I listen, Jay-Z fans in the chat. I'm not disrespecting the man. I'm keeping it real. I just never thought I'd see bro uncomposed. Bro, right now I'm damn more interested, honestly, in Rick Ross and Drake doing something than Jay-Z, because it's just like, bro, this is what, like, bro, Jay-Z, you sitting up here rapping about I'm a billionaire and niggas go argue with these white folks. Bro, you keep coming with this 2016. See, I'm going to be honest with you. Drake whole crew is going to like, man, this dude weak. Get him out of there. That's what they're going to say, bro, because it's like, what else can Jay-Z say about Drake we ain't said already? Okay, the blackness shit. Okay, cool. Okay, what he's gonna rap better than him? Okay. And Kendrick already rapped better than Jay-Z. Kendrick already rapped better than Drake in that battle. So clearly we see y'all don't give a fuck about that. So what is the criteria this shit gonna be judged on? The internet. And right now,
hold on, DJ. No, let me tell you that you right. Continue, because you are right. Because Kendrick did rap better than the nigga, and the motherfucker's still focused on Drake.
Bro, Kendrick told the black community in front of the whole school, "Hey y'all, Drake runs to Atlanta. He runs to Atlanta, and he uses y'all or whatever." Which I believe is right. I believe Drake may be using Atlanta, and he manipulate this shit because it's the culture, right? The nigga Drake so gangster, he lay up there. The niggas that set the play up, he go put them on a song, name the song, ran to Atlanta. And them niggas like, man, shit, I know Kendrick, man, but shit. But we with the Iceman. That ain't the most anti-black shit. Hey, cuz that's like Dr. Keith said, that's like Malcolm X saying, brother, you eating that swine? You're right, I shouldn't be eating. And then like a month later, you see a nigga open up the pepperoni pizza and stuff. Like, you like, damn, I just preached to you niggas for nothing. If I'm Kendrick Lamar, I wouldn't fuck with none of you niggas.
You remember the last time? Because what did Kendrick didn't what did he been through on To Pimp a Butterfly? He said last time I tried to uplift the black artist. You get what I'm saying? But it's the industry. And Drake did that on purpose because he's showing Kendrick, even with your gospel nigga, ain't no morals to this shit.
And when I say Drake is gangster, see, I need y'all to use y'all thinking cap. We're not saying gangster in the context of doing something to somebody, because anybody can hire somebody. The move is gangster because if in fact that, let's just use y'all templates. Let's say Drake is a culture vulture, all that. The culture just picked Drake over the motherfucking prophet, nigga. So let's look how that look. How that look? The nigga that came and told y'all what dude is doing, they went and said, fuck the nigga, and went and got back with the motherfucker y'all saying is the goddamn culture vulture. So, nigga, what's the point of preaching to a motherfucker if they gonna do the opposite? That's the sad part. That's the tragedy.
That's what niggas do. They always do the opposite. But nah.
Yeah. So it's just like Kanye and them. Let's be real. Kanye and them. He don't care about Jay-Z saying he gonna do something to him because they know they all about to, man, listen, they all about to gang up. You about to see some shit like you ain't never seen before. Cause now it's like, what does Jay-Z do gonna, like, see, this is, and look, even if you don't agree with me, this is the one thing you gotta answer to me. The next caller, I hope that you answer. You gotta tell me, man, when has Jay-Z ever dissed 50 people at once? So you think he's just gonna stop here? Okay, freestyle. They about to hit this nigga on the net. It's gonna be 100 Jaguar Wright interviews, 100 Dan Dash interviews. Anybody else he said, Tory, like, so it's like you said 2026 all offense, Jay. What you gonna keep doing this shit? If I'm Jay, I wouldn't say nothing else. I said what I said. Leave it alone.
Now it's the beginning.
Because
You know it, DJ. You know it.
War on too many fronts. This shit ain't even about Drake at this point. You just told Questlove I shouldn't even fuck with you because nigga, you the reason I met this bitch Jaguar. Gee, he just gave all them niggas 20. He just gave them niggas all extra fame. They about to do 100 interviews. The reactions is about to cause problems. Like this is the thing. So, like, I don't see how people could look at this shit like, oh, this is the real hip hop. Bro, the man was dissing motherfuckers' kids. He was dissing Nicki Minaj, who has a loyal fan base of people who gonna it's gonna get messy. And I'll tell you the X factor, Beyonce, because now when these motherfuckers coming at your kids, because this nigga got, like, what happens? So I hate that this ain't, like, so this battle, like, I'm happy and I'm sad because the battle we want ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna be the Jay and Nas moment like I thought it was. I thought Jay-Z was gonna come out and talk to dude. He just dissed a million niggas. So that could be a deflection too. When you got 100 niggas running towards you, they'll get to tripping over each other. You get out the back door. That could be a game too. He playing. It's all type of shit going on. So,
all right, man. No.
Well, thank you for calling in, London.
Hey, DJ.
Love. I'm going. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, peace, bro. Also, I wanna.
Things are getting very crazy before June.
All right, y'all, and also 7-2. By the way, I'm gonna have you guys gonna have a debut with an interview with Billion Godson, and he's battling first for Lamert Park and the Crenshaw community. He's also having to deal with some raggedy black ass Democrats in the back end, and what they've been doing to the black folks and residents of that area. So I'm gonna have that up there too, by the way. Also, real quick, caller, let me address Cell. Okay, Sell You McCarthy, whatever it says here. Thought Crimes, you are actually against Rock Nation. It's easy. It's so easy to know this from your takes. So announce your flag and stop pretending to play the middle. You
stop trying to sway our opinion by being a loser.
But stop. Okay.
And also, secondly,
you must have just got here. I don't know how long you've been here, but you must have just got here. I told y'all what my flag was, nigga, at the beginning. I said Thought Crimes.
And stop trying to push propaganda against our channel. Focus on the topic. So, caller, what's up?
What's good with you, caller?
Name and where you're from.
Am I talking to y'all?
Yep, you're talking to us. Go ahead.
It doesn't sound. I'm talking to us right now.
You're here with Thought Crimes. Go ahead.
You're talking to us. Go ahead.
Where you from and what's your name?
You guys kind of sound like far away. Not clearly. Okay, cool.
You can hear us now?
We're in there. We're in the ear. We're in there.
All right. All right, yeah, what's good with you, man? What's your name and where you calling from?
This is Phil. I'm from Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Phil, this is you, okay?
Phil, you from Las Vegas? All right, so you out there on the West Coast.
So what you think about this?
I'm in Portland right now, though, you know?
Okay, so you out there with all of the witches. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I'm every day is like get out, you know? But what it? Okay, so what I want to say, I'm all nervous now. I'm talking to thought drums, man. Now why? But what I see
in your voice. You should try to do some more of that.
it's a stupid anyway. It's
That's
like
okay.
I do like a Jason Statham. Like next time, it won't be so easy. But I didn't see like what happened with Jay-Z. Really, I saw him. I saw like a little clips, you know. But I was listening and I was like, damn, like what is this, like a pep talk for like gangster rappers? What are we doing? You know what I mean? Like these guys are figuring out their problems with words and raps. They care about their raps. They're like, and this song, and we're arguing about like their mental health. I'm like, Drake's fine. He's sleeping good. Jay-Z, he's okay. They're figuring out their problems with words. Like, they're going to be fine after this. I'm sorry. I'm just like, what is going on? Right? Are you guys still there?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so what's your angle? Are you saying this is just slam poetry? That's what you're saying? It sounds like you're saying this is slam poetry.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. He was like, hey, guys, this is slam poetry.
Yeah.
I got that.
Check it. Check it, man. You know what I mean?
So what are you saying? Are
Like,
you saying there's slam poetry? You saying there's nothing going on?
I'm just saying.
Nicki saying that her life isn't being threatened. They don't blood sacrifice folks. I mean, if you say that it's just words, you know, that's fine. But you know, Michael Jackson, Prince, Whitney Houston are dead. But go ahead.
I just think that it is deep and important, you know, but there's still I know they're not just songs, but that's what they care about. They care about their raps. If they really had problems, they would just meet up and like handle them. But they're like, nah, he said this.
No, they've met up. There's been
and
private.
That's what I love about hip hop, where it's like they're really when Jay-Z, what was that interview that Jay-Z did, where he's wearing that big ass hat?
The GQ magazine interview.
The first thing he was like, "Oh, do you remember that song I did?" And it's like, damn, he's a billionaire, and he's like, he's still thinking about the words he wrote, and if he remembered that damn song.
All right, man. And hey, you know what? And I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, one last question.
All right. Okay, callers, we're going to go ahead with 903.
Sorry, Phil.
Yeah,
my last question, Phil. Say it in the chat. Who you think gonna win, Jay-Z or the people who are against Jay-Z?
All right,
Jake and the rest of them.
903-600-0530. All right, folks, we're gonna go to the next caller. You guys can call in. Some of the numbers have been missed. All right, we got Bruce said he's going to be calling as well. So again, we're gonna be having some. Let me see what else we got here. Hold on. Let me check.
Caller right now.
All right, let's see what we got.
Caller, name and where you're from.
This is Bruce. I'm from Chicago.
Okay, Chicago. What's up?
That's you, Bruce.
You already know.
Hey, come on with it, bro. Chicago, bro.
Dominican P and OVO Sin, been on full display. Y'all been tracking us. We're going to get to these bars.
Hey, man, well, we got some more stuff coming up, too, by the way. So we got Billion Godson, so we're going to have that drop in about 7 or 8, and y'all check that out. But, yeah, man, come on with it, man. Chicago, you see what's going on. Jay-Z finally comes outside to respond directly to Drake.
Right. And so let's stick to the bars. Y'all heard Drake bars? Y'all heard her whole bars.
Okay,
which one was better?
Okay, sticking to the bars.
Jay-Z didn't give us everything. It's only one.
Didn't give us much.
We gotta compare album to album. If
what did we get from Drake? I ain't really listened to Drake album. I ain't gonna hold y'all.
Oh, come on, Bruce, nigga. I can't answer this.
What?
You can. Yes, bro. I can't answer this question. You can't answer this question.
It would have to be from like.
Well, y'all listened. I ain't listened. I know OVO Sin heard it.
Yeah, so no, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought the bars surrounding Drake, I thought they were interesting. I actually felt Jay-Z, this was the most emotional. I think this was the most angry I've heard him doing acapella.
Yeah, he's very angry doing it.
Yeah, because he was even breaking. He even broke his flow up by like accident. You get what I'm saying? So he's clearly very irritated and pissed off because you got to think about from his era. He didn't ever had to deal with social media his entire career. Like, think about it. You're from the era, some scandal break. It could kill your career. It don't. It go away. Drop a hot album song. We move the fuck on. Not in social media. You fuck up one time, they holding you there for 12 years.
Well, you heard what Jordan said. It's going to be an information war. And it's going to be like, and let's keep it honest, summer's going to be like who has the most dirt on the other person. So is people going to be looking for dirt on Drake, looking for dirt on Jay-Z. This is a real hip-hop civil war. And then also the dirt on people who are on their side. So Nicki, you know.
Oh, that's fair and fun. You know, I'm on Dark Kenny. I'm for the dirt and all that. But them bars, though. Because I like the perpetuity bar. That was the part that was cool to me.
The perpetuity bar.
That was cool.
Drake had, let me see, what did he have? He said,
I'll take
500,000 from you niggas. I can never learn shit from any of you all. Yeah. Then he said, too hard for the radio. Now your name is redacted. Right. He said, now your names are redacted and y'all got to worry about a grand jury. He said breaking power couples up. So he's been intricately sniping all through the album. I think Jay-Z seemed a little angry on stage. His voice control.
Movement. Voice, it was different.
Very stiff energy. I think there's some part of it. I mean, look, I don't know. I'm not inside the nigga's afro, but
you see, like part of it don't want to be bothered.
I think. I don't think he wants to be bothered with any of this shit either. I like. It's not interesting for him.
The nigga 70, ain't he? How old is he?
He's 60. I think he's 60. How old is Jay-Z in the chat?
He's 56.
Is he 56 or 60? Did we age the nigga up?
People claim he's 56.
If you famous and you ain't been on TV in 5 years, I'll assume you dead. So I know he got to stay relevant too.
But I don't think he wants to be bothered with any of the shit because I think he's past that part, and he is like fighting younger niggas though. You know what I'm saying? And then it's kind of like then you got to deal with like the even younger troll niggas.
Right, you got to deal with the internet stands. He probably ain't prepared for that part. But bar for bar though, who you got?
Me? It depends.
Who you got?
If Drake comes with no ego and he comes with more humility and go the Nas route, he has a chance. If he goes only through materialism, there's a possibility he can face another humiliation. With Jay-Z, where he needs to be careful at is the same type of stuff that they might try to go after Drake for. He can also be caught up in those type of rumors and allegations as well. So it's a really tricky thing. Yeah, so that was it's a gamble for both sides for similar reasons and also for different reasons.
I don't think I'm gonna be honest with you. I know damn well Jay-Z's. I'm gonna be real with you, Bruce, bro. Big Bruce from Chicago, man. Shouts out to you, player. Got family out there. But listen, I think Jay-Z can do better. I don't think he wants to, though.
Depends on what he put out. I think that was like a light jab. That was like the first jab he threw at Joe Budden, right? When that started off.
Yeah, when all that started.
Yeah. It was a couple light jabs, but then there was the real one with the pump it up. And
he fucked with Joe Budden emotionally on that one. Now, where he had the advantage over JoJo was that Joe Budden wanted him on the Pump It Up remix. He quoted him the price, and then they said Joe Budden got emotional about it, and then Jay-Z was like, "Fuck it, I'll just do the track for free and fuck with you," and that pissed Joe Budden off. I think Jay-Z has already pissed Drake off by having Kendrick Lamar at the Super Bowl. Yeah. So I think at that point. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna have to wait until I see what he does at the stadium. But right now, it sounds like Jay-Z wasn't in the flow because he doesn't want to be in the flow for this situation. I think he's fucking irritated. Remember, even when he was talking in the GQ interview, he was still angry when they brought up Tony Busby. He said he's
right. He don't want to be doing none of that.
Yeah, so he ain't in no cool nigga mode right now. I don't think he in cool nigga vibe.
But I like Crash Out Hov. That's always been one of my favorite Hovs. So, and he always been a Crash Out. He crashed on almost every album. Like somehow, you just gotta be listening right. And
now
so,
that's a great angle.
I ain't gonna hold y'all too much longer either. I just wanted to say that one of the reasons I think Hov got an edge is because he always gonna have ties to the culture, like DJ was saying.
True,
and,
that is true.
Drake don't really have those, but I just didn't want y'all to keep distracting us with all the other stuff. You know, we got to stick to these bars. And from what I heard, I did hear a little snippet of the one Drake. I didn't hear all of it, but from what I heard, you know, his little punches weren't really landing for me, and that perpetuity bar actually landed for me. And that's
actually, I agree. Whisper My Name landed, and actually Jay-Z in there, he kind of responded back to Whisper My Name, because Whisper My Name is one of the best tracks off of Iceman. Like, even people who don't like the album, they usually like that song. And in that song,
you know how it's gonna get me to listen to another Drake song.
but in that song, he was spitting, and Jay-Z did respond to that as well. Because on Whisper My Name, he had a lot of subliminal bars and then also straight shots for Jay-Z. He also had some for Lucien, for Kendrick, and a lot of other people. So it is interesting too, because I personally don't think Jay-Z would have been on that stage talking about all of this to this degree if Iceman never came out.
Well, it's because of the week
if it didn't land a little bit.
Right. It's because it's also the week that Drake has had. The album did 500,000 when R&B singers such as Chris Brown are selling 70,000, and it's after a terrible 2024 for Drake, and probably also a terrible 2025. So I'm going to be honest with you, Bruce, bro. I gotta wait though, because with this one, I think Hov is doing feint punches, and I think right now these are two boxers in the ring. In the first 3 rounds, they're feeling each other out to see what's the rhythm, what's the jab, what's the counter, and you know, that's what's going on. Versus, I'm gonna be real with you, Kendrick and Drake was like niggas moving furniture around in the house and they can't stand each other.
Right, we've been trying to fight for 10 years.
Yeah, that's why it just happened so fast, because by the time you looked at the Kendrick and Drake battle, it was over. The shit was over. Like that, right. You know how it is, Bruce. Like niggas that hate each other.
Kendrick dropped 5 songs, and yeah, it was pretty much a wrap.
Yeah, niggas
that real hate.
When niggas really don't fuck with each other, the fight happens right when niggas are ordering their chicken. You like, damn, that was quick, right? This one here.
I live in Cali now. They say on site. That's just a thing. People don't fight in Chicago, but out here, people fight all the time just when they see each other. And
yeah. I actually think in this situation, I think Jay-Z wants to. I think there's a part of Jay-Z. So, all right, little nigga, let me see what you got. And you know, Drake is like, all right, old man, let's see what you got. You know, and it's kind of like that shit right now. You know, it's fucked up because, to DJ's point, and Sin brought this up as well. The fucking stand bases are so goddamn big. Kendrick, Kendrick quiet right now, but Drake, Jay-Z, Nicki, Kanye.
Yeah, some of them in the chat. You don't like, who gives a fuck who I like or don't?
They keep, whoever we talk about.
You acting like a little bitch.
I was in the chat riling them up. That's my fault.
You was doing that. You Chicago niggas, y'all always riling shit up. Shouts out to them, but
that's part of life, you know.
Hey man, but listen, and you know how wild it is, Bruce. It don't matter. I could be talking about Kendrick. They'll be like, "Yo, you trying to get Drake out of here?" We could talk about Drake. You trying to get Jay out of here? We talk about Jay. You trying to kill Nicki? You get what I'm saying? So that's how.
Well, Nicki did say.
Brought up Lupe and then called me a K-Dot dick rider earlier. And I don't even think he's about Kendrick the whole strength. But you know, that's just like.
But
he also told me the white dude. So, but. I ain't gonna hold y'all.
All right, man.
Thank you, Bruce.
Go ahead.
What they trying to do is try to hurl allegations so they can be on their side. I don't have to fuck with nobody you fuck with. Like, grow up.
But anyway, y'all. So we'll see where it goes. My honest opinion, though, I do think Jay-Z seemed very irritated because if you go back to his B-side concert, Look how smooth and calm he was rapping. And that is a point DJ brought up because Jay-Z has been legendary for having cold blood. You get what I'm saying? And so
ice in his veins.
Yeah, ice in his veins. But it sounded like that he was sound like in this situation he was very irritated, very angry because it's too many foes. It's Nicki moving, Drake moving, then you got the internet moving,
and
then to Tory Lane. Remember now, all these things, they stains on Jay-Z's coat.
He's addressed everything on the internet. Caller, name and where you're from.
It was a previous caller.
Oh,
they had
I just thought somebody. Okay,
no.
I thought somebody.
The lines are still open too, by the way, folks. All right, and we'll accept a couple more calls here.
Couple more calls, guys.
And then
couple more calls.
I gotta make some room for y'all to have a debut.
All right, let me work on this too. See what's going on here with this damn thing.
All right, so
I'm trying to get 2 more people in.
But anyway, yeah. So we'll see where it goes. And look, I get it. Some folks that are gonna keep coming in here, you're gonna get mad at our commentary. I told you guys that at the beginning. I said warning. All right, I said it at the beginning. I said, look, we're gonna talk freely, and people that are.
If you're soft, go in somebody else's chat.
All right, we're going to this next caller here, Mr. 202 or Mrs. All right, caller, you're now live. Name and where you're calling from.
Oh shoot, it's crazy. I'm nervous as hell. This is Robbie Bean, PG County, Maryland.
PG County in the building.
Oh my God, y'all! We got Jim Jones' nephew up in here today. How you feel about Jay-Z? Everybody's calling it Crash Out Hove now. All right, so Crash Out Hove is back outside now. What's up? What's up, man? Come on, Robbie. What's good?
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't heard the whole thing for I ain't gonna hold you.
Man, that is a
I heard like little snippets.
That's crazy. Everybody keeps saying that. I ain't really hear it.
Hear what?
He's like the third person that called in and said, you know what? I ain't even really hear it like that.
Oh, Jay-Z?
Yeah, Robbie said, because you remember there's a time where, when Jay would just drop a freestyle and everybody would check it out.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for the record to come out so I can really break it down and all that.
Yeah, I get you. So you said, I don't want to hear no Lauryn Hill shit.
Yeah, I'm not really buying the whole thing. I get what he's doing. I get the aesthetics and everything like that. I'm not really buying it like that, but I get it though. Jay-Z being Jay-Z, I get it.
All right, man. Well, okay. So what do you think about all of this? Well, what do you think about his response? Did you wait a minute? Because I know you was over there with MacWop and them. You was running the site and everything. But what?
Yeah, something like that. I was.
Were you fucking with the Drake, the Iceman shit, any of that shit, or not?
I dig it. It's like 9 records on there that I like. I always was a fan of Drake. You know what I'm saying? I just never thought he was the best. That was my whole thing with him. He was never a true hip hop MC to me. I always was a fan of him. So, I like his music. You know what I'm saying? He make vibey shit I rock with. He be kicking that shit sometimes, whether he got writers or not. You know what I'm saying? I dig some of this shit for what it is, but he just never was the nigga. And
I get you. Shit. He ain't better than Primo Rice, right?
You already know. Never that. That's my man's right there. Went to school with us.
Okay, all right, yeah. Well, shouts out to him. I check out a lot of his work too because I think he got a lot of dope stuff. But yeah, so overall, I mean, how can you even judge this battle? Because as you saw DJ and Bruce, 2 Chicagoans, how can you even judge this battle? Because it's not going to be judged strictly on bars.
So you heard Jordan from Philly as well.
So how do you judge some shit like this?
There's going to be a lot of narratives going on. You know what I'm saying? Media, podcasts, they going to be going at it. It's going to be ugly. But the music, I still think the music is going to be dope, though, regardless. The music is going to be dope. But I don't think Jay-Z can just come out and try to lyrical spiritual. That's not going to work. Like, what Dot did was beautiful. Like, he broke it down in different lanes, different areas. So if you wanted the bars, he gave you that. If you wanted a hit, he gave you that. So Jay going to have to really come with it.
That is true. No, I get what you're saying. Well, we'll see. I did see, certain people, they start posting on their IGs that, they were supporting Jay-Z. So this is before this came out. And Academics claims that wily spotted leper, Charlemagne the God, told him, careful, nigga, somebody's going to kill you right before this happened. And Ack said, well, who you talking about? He said, I don't know. So apparently they're going at it with each other. This is right before Jay-Z makes his presence felt at Philadelphia's Nicholas.
I actually think that was a smart move on Academics' part because Charlemagne do be doing rat stuff to people a lot, allegedly.
Allegedly. All right. He said, you ain't going to J. Cole me.
Wow.
he said, right.
Wow.
Not going to Cole me, nigga. Academics said, you ain't going to do that to me. All right.
Cold-blooded, for real.
Any concluding thoughts, man? Robbie, while you doing your thing?
Nah, let the games begin. I'm just here for some good music. All the morality talk and all that, I'm good on that. I just want to hear some great music.
Oh, I'm with you on the morality thing. They beating that to death. It's like, bro, like you're throwing stones in glass houses. Even the people who trying to get a wave in favor of Jay-Z by talking about pro-black. If you so pro-black,
Exactly.
people will see it in your fucking actions. Get the fuck off the line
Exactly.
talking about pro-black. Then you go make business deals with fucking Zionists, or you go to fucking Bank of America, pro-black. Like, do it in action. Stop yapping gums on the internet. Do it.
Saying that's not happening. Niggas going to Magic City. All right. But yo, shouts out to you, Robbie, man. We always love you, play a long time supporter. Shouts out to the people of PG County, Prince George's County. Y'all get it in. All right, bro. You take care.
Oh, definitely. Appreciate y'all.
All right, let me get back at this one caller. They did try to call in. Let me see, because somebody said let me call in. All right, 862. I'm hitting you up. I'm not a bill collector.
Hello.
Hey.
Yo, what's good at you, man?
Name and where you from.
Name and where you from. We're just getting back to your call.
All right, my name Butter. I'm from North New Jersey.
Well, see you out there in Newark. All right, what's good with you, Newark?
Yo, you dealing with them Proud Boy idiots.
Man, look, I mean, I don't know about them Proud Boys, but like right now, I'm a little excited right now. I seen the freestyle, and I thought it was good. I mean, look, I'm a hip hopper. I love hip hop, so I thought it was good. I don't know what all these other cats talking about. Oh, you know what I'm saying? I feel like they putting too much conspiracy on the bars, but I thought it was good. I mean, to me.
I think.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah. What? No, you can ask. Let's ask that first. Go ahead.
What's
you can lead with that one. Go ahead, Sam.
Your favorite bar that Jay-Z had at the picnic?
Oh, well, he had a couple. Definitely the Nicki Minaj did. You know what I'm saying? And and the Drake did, and I felt like the Drake did held a little bit more weight because he like, yo, you mad at me, but you don't own none of your catalog. You know what I'm saying? So, but like all these people online, look, I just want to tell these cats, like, look, imagine for 10 years, 5 to 10 years, cats throwing dirt on your name. You get what I'm saying? Some warranted, some not. But imagine that. How long are you going to expect a person to sit down and take all that? Pause. You know
I think I get you. I think it took as long as it did to cut them wicks.
Yeah, it definitely came out the fry. I was a little confused. I was like, then he just had wicks last week. But other than that, you know what I'm saying? Look. I think honestly, I want to see what he's gonna do at the Yankee Stadium because I think that was a little glimpse. That was a little glimpse on what he's going to do at the Yankee Stadium. And I do agree, he sounded a little more aggressive.
Yeah, he sounded.
He sounded a little more. He sounded like he was listening to Ether before he got on stage.
He probably was doing push-ups to Ether, man, because his voice. If y'all want to be real,
on a media platform, I've never heard him sound like that before.
He sounded grumpy. You niggas think that?
Yeah,
niggas sounded like Loaded Lux on stage.
Look, that's what he gave. He gave me. It sounded like he was watching that Loaded Lux or something. He sounded like a battle rapper on stage, But look, I want to see. And also too that jig is up line. You know what I'm saying? I like that jig is up line. Like I saw, I don't even see how people didn't see it because I went to sleep, woke up, and it was all over. It was all over the net. I said, hold up. But I do give credit to Uncle Murder. Because I don't know if he had a detail, but on a show with him and Yayo, Uncle Murder said, look, I don't see him just laying down. I see him like responding.
That's because Uncle Murder does. That's because Murder did battle rap, bro. Like a lot of hip hop niggas that do media, they talking about Jay was gonna walk past a #1 record in the country, talking about we see how you OGs are rocking already, my nigga. The jig is up.
Yes.
I said, nigga, that ain't never. Jay-Z ain't never walked past no bus stop like that.
No, and that's so too. Like just before you say your other piece, caller. That's why I said whisper my name. And I don't care what other people's opinions are. In my opinion, that was a really good track. And I don't think Jay-Z responds to whack shit.
No.
He responded directly to that particular single when it came to Drake. And like what Prince said, it's also a popular track. So Jay-Z like, look, he getting in the Gen Zers ear, Alpha, all that. He worked his way back into it. I got to say something to calm all this noise and try to directly shoot, you know? So we'll see what happens, because I do think he did have some stuff on there at the picnic for Drake, like even when you brought up the contract, because people don't know what Drake's contract is. Everybody, we just don't know. Yeah. Like people have been playing guessing games. Some execs or journalists back in the day said they alleged that he owns from Scorpion on or after Scorpion, and that, you know, he had 3 more albums that we just don't know. So this is definitely going to be a war of information. Who is more accurate? You know? So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But go ahead, caller. What's your thoughts on all that?
But yeah, I do agree. But I think he had some of them bars. I think he was holding on some of them bars. Like, to me, I think he was going to address. I don't even if Drake didn't, you know what I'm saying, drop that record, I still think he was going to address some certain people like the Nicki and the Jaguars and everything. I don't even think he was going to address Drake. But once that, you know, that song came out, and you know it, because we ain't gonna act like Drake wasn't spitting no bars on that album. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, did he write them bars? You know what I'm saying? So, but that's either here or there. But you know, that woke Hove up. I ain't never hear him like that.
Yeah, because you got to think about, like, okay, the reason why we call cap on a lot of bullshit niggas in media. I says, nigga, he got Jaguar right biting his ankles off. He got Tony Busby say, I'm gonna get your black ass neck, nigga. I'm putting you in a noose. Hang him up, right? He got that guy out there. You had this invisible 13-year-old little girl. So then people link you back over to the R. Kelly shit.
It was a grown woman who back in the day, she said when she was 13 at some MTV award show, whatever, that she was trafficked. Yeah. Between her and Diddy. Now
the slick thing that Busby did, they didn't show the grown woman at first. They just brought up an 11 to 13-year-old girl, and people immediately placed him back over there with R. Kelly, right? And that came up in the conversation about R. Kelly, and Tasha K covered all of that, right?
Which is why it was slick for Drake to bring it up on Iceman, because he said he called the internet's bluff and the pro Rock Nation people. He said, y'all want to fact check now, but when you have people blowing my back in, even after battle, I'm not going to even talk about during the battle, because I'm old school with it. I don't give a fuck what you bring up, pedal or not. Bars are bars, competition is competition. But when the battle was done, people still kept going and elevating theories and stuff. Nobody was fact checking. They was like, Drake is just a pedal, da 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 da.
Yeah, so just
now we're here.
Yeah, and no, this isn't. And shouts out to, let me see, Avon. Nah, shawty, this ain't Jay-Z with the black fitted cap on, just like casually freestyling. This was a very aggressive Jay-Z on stage. All right, I didn't seen Jay-Z a dozen times on stage. Sin has too. I ain't never seen that, because you got to think about he has to meet the energy that he's never had this before. Even though the focus is still on Drake with a lot of shit that's going on in media, it's equally focused on Jay-Z. So they both got bones to pick for different reasons, and they're picking at each other.
And also to not be biased, they both have some legitimate points. From Jay-Z's point of view, he's like, the industry is the industry. Why are y'all acting like I'm the worst of it? Which is kind of weird, because actually that's mirroring Drake's point too. when he says go after them crackers, Drake is also saying on Iceman, y'all don't go after the crackers. Y'all try to boycott me and all that. And then Rock Nation people who are pro Jay-Z be like, y'all got to fact check stuff. Don't just talk about the Epstein files and all that. Drake is saying, y'all didn't fact check nothing when it comes to me. And now y'all want to do moral grandstanding. So it's like both sides are having some similar points, like fact check. Theories, rumors, allegations, hit pieces, campaigns.
It's the same shit. It's a presidential campaign.
It is.
But see, this way, you know, this why I say about Drake though. But see, you know, what I with this, right? A lot of people in this era really don't fact check. They really go by, you know, some do, some don't, but they really go by headlines. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what Tony Busby did. Tony, come on, we already know. That goes back to the East Coast West Coast war. It really wasn't no East Coast West Coast war. It was between Bad Boy and Death Row. But how we got labeled East Coast West Coast because of the Vibe magazine. You know, once they place, and you know, some cats they don't read like that. You know, they once you see the headline, okay, and you know, it's on. And Trent said that, like, yeah, you know, we don't read the magazines. We see the headlines and it's on. So that's what Tony Busby did to Jay. You know, it kind of, I ain't gonna say it put chink in his armor, but it changed the public perception of Jay. And then on top of that, look who Jay was hanging with. You know what I'm saying? Even if, you know, you doing business with these guys and you don't know what they do behind closed doors, you know what I'm saying? But when stuff hit the fan, everybody gonna kind of look at you like, yo, you gotta know what was going on. And which is a little unfair because a lot of these guys was around these cats. You know what I'm saying? But I did like it, man. I like that freestyle. I can't sit up here and shit on it. You know, I liked it. It took me back to the essence of hip hop, to where, you know, like that's what we missing in the game. So I give Jay kudos. For that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
But
no, you have to go ahead. No, finish your point. Go ahead.
Your point. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. We're listening. Go ahead.
Oh no, because I'm a little bit nervous, you know what I'm saying? But I do give Jay kudos for that, and I want to see what's gonna happen next. Honestly, I think that's something right. I want to see what he's gonna do on the Yankees stage. That's gonna be the real one. Like, hold on, I want to know if he wanna address the Epstein file. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what he's, you know, because he addressed it a lot on stage. You know, he addressed the Nickies and the.
I think he said it.
He tried to spin it back on Nicki. He said, like, they do it. It's weird because they're doing. I don't want to. I know it sounds weird, but they're doing like ped bars competition. So it starts with Tailor Made, where Drake talked about, these accusations. This is where they're gonna do. Kendrick does Not Like Us, where he insinuates that. Then you have fast forward to Drake. He's on Iceman saying, y'all call me that with no evidence, but Jay-Z's in the Epstein files. Then he goes on stage. then Jay-Z goes on stage and said, well, Nicki's husband can't even take the kid to school because, he's caught up with Megan Law. He's already registered as a sex offender. So it's like this is like crazy.
Well, it's gonna.
This is happening right now in hip hop.
I think this is a preview. I absolutely believe this is going to be setting a template for any sort of artistic or musical endeavor that's going to be the rollout. But we did tell people early on. I don't know which stream was that. I can't remember. What was that? Last week. We said Jay-Z will be responding to Drake directly, and and I think he's given people his temperature. He's showing people this is his pulse right now, and he'll be moving forward. And so it's a more aggressive manner. I don't think Drake is going to be stopping on his end anyway, because he like, nigga, I don't give a fuck what you crying about. Y'all shot me the fuck up in 2024. So they both, like we said, they both got their little bone to pick with each other.
But hey, look, and before we get off, I do want to Ish from Joe Budden podcast, right? He said something, and Joe Budden dismissed it. Drake threw a little shot at Nas. I heard the album. Yeah, the line where, because he tried to flip the Biggie line, where your fam destiny, you know, destiny lays in my hand. But what Drake did was, your destiny is written. You know what I'm saying? It was a little couple of things. That's just a little bar I remember. But I think he threw a shot at Nas, because when Kendrick got the Super Bowl, who was the only rapper that came out and congratulated Kendrick?
Nas. Wait a minute. So you said, okay, let me go back. Let me run the bar back in my head. I can see where somebody may pull that from. I don't feel, if most of the niggas that get into it with Nas, he calls them up. Now we know Drake ain't accepting phone calls from Black American niggas right now, but
he's getting it. He's accepting calls for Future.
But you know, but that's a very important. It's people that he has his dynamics with early on. I don't see anything happening with Nas. I actually would, if I was the public, I'd probably look more into Nas and Jay-Z's dynamics before I look into Nas and Drake.
Nas did like Tasha K's post about when Tasha K, the post was saying that Jay-Z had no money.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But now Nas, if Drake, Cindy and I'm not gonna go back to it now, but you and I know something. If Drake, to Ish's point, if that is a situation where Drake may, because he do got a lot of subliminals on that album. All right, and shouts out to the caller too, by the way, folks. But if Drake does have that response towards Nas, you know it would be for the other situation.
There you go. Exactly.
If that's the case,
I don't think he's not crazy enough to be dissing Nas in that way. Nah, I think the flip, for those who know, is what you may get later down the line when we're talking about some scary hours. Damn, this person missed out. I'm sorry.
What's the number?
862.
Let me see.
You want to open up the phone lines one more time for one more person?
One more nigga can make the Titanic. All right.
We'll call you back and see if you can make it.
I'll call him back. But shouts out to the caller. The call did drop. All right. But if I don't see it other than, like Homeboy said about, you know, Nas congratulating Kendrick about the Super Bowl. But if he is doing that, it would be for another reason on top of that, though, because Drake puts 2 and 2 together after a while, you know. So, okay, I think
no. The other one, it was an 862 number.
I think that was the one we just got done with.
Yeah, the one who called.
Yeah, it was 862.
Yes.
Okay, let's see.
So, there we go.
Yeah, hello.
Okay, the call dropped. Yeah, so. Look, I'm open to it. The one thing you got to keep in mind with slick lyricists or slick rappers, they could be dissing 3 and 4 people at a time, and people have to take their time to go there. So if Drake is shooting a shot at Nas, it would only because it would be the Nas congratulating Kendrick, but there would be something that took place in 2017 that Nas is aware of. And we would we just leave it. Sin and I were leaving it at that. Industry niggas know what's up. So
y'all know what's going on. Just like when Jordan said, you know, Jay-Z got his own things that he has in store. See, before this
2017, 2018.
It's easy to call everything.
Right.
Meek Mill, he's dumb. I'm sorry to the Philly niggas. He's dumb. So Drake was going to win that. Pusha T, good assassin.
Just didn't have the glow.
He was gonna win that, and we saw what took place there.
I gotta push back on you though with the Meek thing, because listen, let me tell you what Meek did to Drake even though Drake slaughtered him. But let me tell you the one thing Meek did to Drake and what hip hop, the foundation of hip hop, kind of crutches his back on is credibility. One thing Meek took away from Drake was his credibility.
It did alter his perception after that. Yeah, go ahead.
Once your credibility is taken away, as an MC, that's the most important thing. You want to get credibility for your writing. Once that got taken away from Drake, only thing Drake could focus on is the numbers. Like, the numbers could hold him up. Like, I am the greatest. Why? Because they're the numbers. But every time he gonna drop a song, even if Drake wrote it, what people gonna say? Yo, he probably ain't write that record. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't gonna act like since the battle, more reference tracks came out on Drake. So
we'll see.
Okay. Here's my thoughts on this. If Drake lose against Jay-Z and Rock Nation, then all those things are going to collapse on top of his head. If he ends up with the help of Nicki and Ye or whoever, if the people who are against Jay-Z ends up taking Jay-Z down, no one's going to care about any of that because the younger generation don't even really talk about what you're talking about as much. Millennials, we care because we talked about it, like the valid points you brought up. Gen Xers definitely care. But even like when people be like finding out more and more that even a lot of artists from the Gen X generation had people writing for them. Like even though we here on the mic already knew Jay-Z wrote for Snoop and Dr. Dre. We know Dr. Dre's not even a rapper. But we know that Jay-Z ghost wrote for Snoop. There were a lot of people who are a part of the younger generation. Well, actually, no. Academics is the same generation that did not know, though, that Jay-Z ghost wrote for a lot of people in the industry, including a lot of rappers that people put on a pedestal. And it's not only him. Rick Ross has ghost written for a lot of people.
Rick Ross started off in this game as a writer.
Lil Wayne.
People got to understand that. He started off as a writer.
Lil Wayne has ghost written for a lot of people. I think Drake is more of a hybrid. He's ghost written. He's written some things, but people have ghost written for him. And he also has that issue, like when you brought up what Meek Mill did, right? Brought that point up. But Meek Mill also was ghost writing for O'Malley. so it's really based off of when you know about rap. And I know some people are going to be offended by this, but a lot of the sins that they just try to put up only on Jay-Z or even on Drake, these sins have already been around in hip-hop. And the more hypocritical people keep being, the more they keep expanding to the point where, like, a lot of people in the rap industry, they can't really have a soapbox to stand on anymore at this point.
I don't think any of that matters because you have Lil Nas X that had a career. And I mean, he was flamboyant as hell. The only thing that got Lil Nas X out of trouble is when he's like, yeah, and baby, I got demon shoes. They was like, oh, nigga, no. Like, you twerking on the devil and you doing the demon shoes. And black niggas ain't gonna go for that shit, all right? And it just happens. It is what it is. But to your point, I got to go back and listen to that bar again. But if Drake is being a bit saucy with Nas, it really would have to do with his conversations in 2024 and what was alleged to have happened in 2018 as well. And again, industry niggas know shit about each other, so they all know what was going on in 2018 as well behind the scenes with that. All right, but I wouldn't be surprised because Iceman is an album about him venting, but then Jay-Z got a vent too. Because you heard what he said in GQ magazine. Yeah, in the GQ interview, he said he was still angry about what happened.
He obviously is. I've never heard him sound like this before, ever.
Like, I've heard freestyles from that nigga.
I never ever. I can't say that. Only time I ever heard him sound like this was Super Ugly, and even then he sounded cool. You get what I'm saying? That's the only time I probably heard him sound like that was Super Ugly. Where he exposed Nas' baby mother. But on top of that, I want to know. I want to know this. How how did Future get away with this?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. I can tell you that immediately. Listen. Let me. I'll just say this real quick. And I don't. Some of the criticisms of Future, I get why. I understand it completely. And remember, what did 21 Savage says? Because people assume when Future when he had like that with Kendrick, people assume that he was on the offense when we told you all he was responding to something and some things Drake was doing publicly. And if you go back to 21 Savage's interview with Big Hank, he said that Drake apologized to Future behind the scenes.
Elliot
Right?
talked about that too.
And Elliot Wilson talked about it in 2024.
We also had it on our Patreon about them
and
making up.
we covered it. So I know people are looking at it like, oh, Future started all of this. That's not true. Future was responding to shit Drake was doing publicly, and that's what happened.
Remember things he thought he did, because out of all the people who responded back to Drake said the only person he wasn't talking about was Future.
But
so he said, even on Family Matters, he said, I don't know why we have smoke, but it maybe Metro had pulled you in it. And remember, Future didn't have issues with Drake because of Jay-Z or anything like that. He thinks some of the niggas who have issues with him, Drake believes it's because of Jay-Z. So he thinks the J. Cole thing, he believes, Kendrick and I have had issues, but he thinks Jay-Z's behind that too. So he thinks Jay-Z is behind all these other people. He don't believe Future is doing anything because of Jay-Z. Future thought Drake was doing that subliminal shit against him, because they had a falling out some years ago, and they got back together. So that's what Future thought. So Future said, all right, I'm on board. Once they cleared all that up, and Drake apologized, and whatever misunderstanding they had got fixed, they moved on.
Yeah, the reason why you got to bring that up, man, is that because there's actually, if you kind of pay attention to some of the releases, even with the 21 Savage and Drake album, right? And you listen to some of Drake's bars. There are some daggers on there that look like they were landing on Future's head at the time. All right. And remember, Future and Drake was supposed to do What a Time to Be Alive installment 2. Drake ends up doing his album with 21 Savage. There's some other stuff that take place. So it wasn't like Future just came out like, I want to start some shit. No, there was actually quiet tension going on behind the scenes. Now, to Sen's point where we was talking about the makeup thing, because there's some things we heard about, Future also pulled back because when he saw when it really went up with Not Like Us, and niggas saw what they saw, because Future and Drake, they've gotten into it with each other before, around Dirty Sprite 2. You know, they've gotten into these two niggas got a very brawlically bromance with each other. All right, you know, it's two Scorpio niggas in the room. They're gonna fight. All right, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, Future could have gained more. He could have had a video to like that. There were certain things behind the scenes we heard that he didn't take any of that because that wasn't
his angle.
That wasn't his issue. There was other things he thought Drake was doing, and they talked, they pieced it out, but it wasn't. Future wasn't trying to get like an extra lick out of things. Like they posted, he likes to do his business relationship with Drake. He goes with Pharrell. He goes with Kendrick. He likes to be able to move around. He wasn't, let's just say, he wasn't a part of trying to get rid of Julius Caesar.
Right. Because now Kendrick said, nigga, I hate the way you talk. I hate how you chew cereal. I hate the smacking in my ear from your mouth. Kendrick, that's what he was on. But Future, if you listen to We Don't Trust You, his biggest thing was, why you acting like a bitch?
Yeah, that's a fact. But look, let me ask you this: do you think? Because that's a good point. But do you think that Drake got back with Future because of the cultural cachet? Because and why I say that, because do you think what Kendrick said was kind of obvious? You run to Atlanta when you need a check balance. So do you think because Future is the king of Atlanta right now, he got with Future so he could connect with the 21 Savages and, all other artists from the ATL.
I think
Because
it's both. I don't think Drake always sharply moves like that only based off of business, because then him and Lucien wouldn't have an issue. I think when you listen to Family Matters, he actually sound a little bit hurt with the Future thing. I think he genuinely likes hanging out with Future and the lifestyle and the nightclub and all that. And I think that played just as much of a role in it as him keeping his connects in Atlanta, because you can't be feuding with Future, to your point, and then maintain certain relationships. So it was both, because we've seen Drake go off the handle with relationships that people think maybe are key points that he needs to maintain, and he don't give a fuck and still burn it, right? With Future, I think it's both. I think he respected the fact that he didn't do the Drake is a pedo campaign. I think he respects the fact that he may have messed up to some degree in their relationship, and then Future reacted, and that it had nothing to do with no Jay-Z or anything like that, of what he thinks. So I think a lot of those things, plus the cultural cash and how important Future is in hip-hop, I think all those things are what added up to him making amends there.
I think one of the biggest reason to answer your question, I think it's just Drake saying, I do what the fuck I want to do. You got to remember, y'all, Drake is very rebellious. Look at the whole shit with him and Jay-Z. Like, he like, you cool, nigga. Like, yeah, I said I'll cry if you die, but nigga, I don't work for you. So when Kendrick was like, you run to Atlanta, Drake's response, nigga, you don't tell me where I go. That's what he's doing. That's why, think about him like, I'm going to do the Too Hard for the Radio. Oh, you said Oakland. We'll never let anybody disrespect you'll never, that'll be your last show in Oakland. He does a song and do shouts out to Oakland and Mac Dre's mother. That's always how Drake move. Whenever you tell him don't do something, he's like, who you talking to, man? I do what I want to do.
That's a great point.
That's really why that's why he named the shit Ran to Atlanta. It ain't confusing. Drake is telling people, I do what I want to do, man. Nobody talk to me tough, right? That's how it is with him.
But also he proven, listen, one thing you don't want to do, one thing you don't never want to do is prove your opposition right. That's one thing you don't want to do. But I can understand if, like, to me, I'm saying what I would do. I wouldn't did no songs with no, you know what I'm saying? Now, the certain ones I rock with, but I'm not proving my enemy.
But you got to understand, I get your point. I do get your point with that. I do want to say, you got to understand, people ask Drake, stop making the duck lips. He keep making them. I don't understand, like, a lot of, he don't answer to niggas like that. Look what he doing with Lucien Grange. Lucien Grange, I run the house. Who really bringing in the money? That's what we keep telling.
Everybody said, don't talk about Master. People wasn't hip hop media. Lucien gonna get you killed.
Fuck him, man.
And he just keeps saying, trolling. Also, Elliot Grange as well. He just,
I understand where you're saying from a perspective. I'm just telling you, that's not how that nigga moves. So when he said you run to Atlanta, he named the song You Right, motherfucker. I go wherever I want to go. Now what, right? Now Kendrick gonna do whatever he gonna do on his end. I'll listen to the album, right? But that's really the whole thing with Drake. Listen to what he said when he was 21. Nobody checks me. Now, that could be a positive or that could be a negative in the industry. Sometimes you can go overboard. Sometimes you do need to understand the rules of engagement and authority. But for the most part, even when people advise them not to bring up this person, Drake went right into it and talked about it.
And sometimes it has hurt him as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's been very impulsive, no strategy at moments because of that too. So the gift of it is it allowed him to reach this height in the industry. The negative of it is, like, when people give you sound advice, you
should listen. Because remember,
he doesn't listen sometimes, and then he get bangs up and then do the same thing over and over again. Like some Bam Bam shit.
If everybody think we lying, what did Murder Mook say? Murder Mook said, nah, Drake really wanted to battle a rapper, and Jay Prince and them, they was like, no, what are you serious? And he said that Drake was like, yeah, man, I want to go right now. Right?
Oh yeah, they had to sit him down.
They had to sit him down. So that's what I said. Like, he's not it wouldn't be looking at it like, oh, I don't want to prove Kendrick right, because in Drake's world, he's saying Kendrick don't run shit over here. That's what he said. Just like when niggas told Kendrick don't diss Drake, he said, who the fuck is he? That's really why you having a lot of these conflicts with these niggas. You get what I'm saying? And so this is where you run into these dynamics with Jay-Z and Drake as well. You know. So last comments.
Well, I'm about to say, I think Kendrick was going to diss Drake regardless. He just needed a reason. You know, I think Kendrick and Drake, I think they should have went years early, but I think they always was gonna, like, honestly, I believe Drake was lyrically scared of Kendrick because, you know, they was taking shots at each other, but when you got a person that's, when you got the crown and you got the underdog, not saying Kendrick is the underdog because, you know, Kendrick is big in his own right, but every time Kendrick had a release, and I'm just saying, I'm not the biggest Kendrick or Drake fan, I'm just speaking from the outside looking in, Kendrick always made a cultural impact. And that's something I felt like Drake knew. And even me, like, I knew, like, every time Kendrick dropped, it was a cultural impact. You know, when Drake dropped Take Care and 9 to 10 months later, Good Kid, Mad City come out. Yeah, Take Care had an impact on the culture, but it wasn't in the same realm as a Good Kid, Mad City. You get what I'm saying?
I disagree. I think because of Abel's work with Drake, I saw so many people who are R&B artists that was flipping Take Care, and a lot of that has to also do with Abel. So Abel has to be, of course, given his credit. Take Care really further fused this emo R&B rap type of thing that you saw everybody doing their renditions of it. So you had a lot of people who did a lot of flips of that. I would say it was just as impactful to a lot of millennials and also the younger generation like Good Kid, Mad City is. Now, I do agree with you that I think at this point, Drake does have hesitancy when it comes to Kendrick. I don't think he was scared of Kendrick before. I think industry people are the reason why they didn't get into it before. Drake was ready to go after him. They were ready to battle. Kendrick was ready to go after him. They was doing bars. Drake was sassy on the microphones like, man, like, who cares about
phone
control?
calls got made.
Phone calls got made and stopped it. And then the rest is history. I think after what took place in 2024, I do think that Drake now has a good understanding, like, wait a minute. This guy has something potent here. I don't think Drake fully realized that before 2024.
Well, I think he also didn't realize, this is going to sound crazy. I actually think what was equally devastating for Drake in 2024, I don't think he realized how some of his closest niggas didn't like him. I think if anything, that's what the Kendrick battle revealed for Drake is that, it's a lot of niggas I put my arm around, they don't fuck with me like that. You get what I'm saying? And Rick Ross wasn't really directly clear about why at the time in 2024 why he was really going at Drake's neck like he was. It later comes out, but at the time we already understood the story arc between Kendrick and Drake. I think around this time though, I think there's still going to be some residuals. Now to your point, early on, I was listening more so to Crit and Kendrick and, Cudi and some of them guys on the back end. I caught loose singles from Drake. I had liked the model shit, but I always like a lot of Bay Area shit anyway. But I don't think I really got on to So Far Gone. I thought that was a pretty good project, but he had two projects that I didn't listen to, which Thank Me Later and Take Care. But I did like If You Was Reading This Is Too Late and Nothing Was the Same. I thought those were really good albums. But I think if anything in 2024, it realized for Drake, for him, there was a realization. Because if you think about it, outside of him still throwing his punches at Kendrick, he actually spent most of his energy being heartbroken about industry relationships of all things, the camaraderie, like, yeah, man, so we saw that. I think that really hurt him more than anything else.
Yeah.
Because Drake he's a bit of an odd guy. He is that type that whether it just look like you're going to lose or not, he's going to jump in there and try to make something happen,
Right. And I can't, and also are you a millennial or Gen X?
Oh, no, I'm a millennial.
Okay, so you're part of our generation. So with the big three, the reason why they were really important, you had three different types of impact. So when it comes to Kendrick and when it comes to Drake, their impact are completely different. Usually people call the third world for whale because of different reasons. Like, okay, he's sometimes singing, doing the Drake thing, but then he's trying to bar up and be like Kendrick or whatever. That's what some people like to say. I think he's just a backpack purist who was able to reach and ascend to the top.
The most successful backpack rapper in history.
Drake.
Yeah, you know what's so funny though? You know what's so funny? I like Cole rapping better. To me, I like Cole rapping better. But when Kendrick said in the Like That verse, money, power, respect, the third one is better, but he's talking about respect. I respect Kendrick more than all of them. So my bad. You go ahead. I'm just just
that's a fair point to make. And when usually people have their slant. So when it comes to Drake or Kendrick, I'm like, they're completely different, and they're both equally impactful for two different reasons. Like, I know it's sometimes the cool thing for peer pressure, and I know people don't believe in astrology, so I'm not going to go into that for right now. Like, people like to act.
No, I believe in
Oh,
it.
good. Drake has Lilith in the 11th house. So there are a lot of people who like to pretend they don't listen to him, or
closeted fans,
or he don't have an impact, or closeted fans, when they know damn well if it was anybody else these things have happened to, he would have been out. And it's not just corporate. You can't just keep using the corporate excuse, just like Drake can't keep only crying about corporate is the reason why he keeps getting shot up, because Nas had the corporate against him when going up against Jay-Z, and he was able.
Jay-Z had a bigger grab on the radio.
He was able to defeat Goliath. But with Drake has a more diary rap, boy meets world, sometimes go into mafioso Italian spaghetti talk that has affected the culture, that many people have. They're all little baby Drakes. Just like with Kendrick, his is more of a Miles Davis type of 70s blaxploitation film
soundtrack
poet
yeah
type of soundtrack,
yeah,
like Curtis Mayfield stuff type of approach in hip hop, with the West Coast swagger aspect and behind the scenes quietly weaving in certain gang aspect.
Very diverse styles.
They're both completely different from the other and have influenced a lot of hip hop culture in their own way. Now with Drake, the criticism people have with him is because he expanded out into pop in so many different type of categories. There's some aspects of his fans that don't like some of the shit he do. So the people who like the singing sometimes don't like the rapping.
Yep.
The people who like the rapping sometimes hate the fucking singing. Some people want him to do more R&B, hip-hop mix. Some people say, nigga, we just want bars. And then some people want him to do...
when you going to do that house music again?
They want to do house, dance hall type of stuff, right? Like all that type of stuff. With Kendrick, he likes to transform and be his own muse for each album. So they all going to have a theme like a film. Yeah. So Good Kid, Mad City, right?
It's your Boys in the Hood film.
Then we go into To Pimp a Butterfly.
It's your Malcolm X film.
Then we go into Damn.
All right.
This is where he's...
That's your...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, that's your Love and Basketball, Love Jones album.
Then we go into Mr. Morale and the Big Stepper.
All right,
and then
it's a nigga trying to get out the sunken place.
And then we go into GNX.
All right, and that's the drive-by album. Okay, so and the nigga he probably gonna be on some alternative rap rock when he come out again. I don't know, but I'll be interested. But yeah, the only thing that links them together is the Control verse and then the battle officially. All right, but outside of that, they're two fucking different rappers. Like it just don't. Nas and Jay-Z actually have more similarities in common than Drake and Kendrick.
I agree. Okay. Even though they went a different path, they actually have more. What people don't talk about enough from Jay-Z is like Jay-Z come from the same school as Nas. The 5%er, God Body, all that.
The Shabazz niggas.
Remember, Jay-Z said he cut that shit off because he wanted to make money.
He said, I wanted to sell records.
Nas did it for a moment. That's why some people hate It Was Written, but I still love that album.
Right.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you think about it, what's really the difference between Reasonable Doubt and It Was Written, except the production budget? You get what I'm saying? You know, one album got Dr. Dre producing some tracks on there, the other one doesn't. You know, I like both albums. Reasonable Doubt is my favorite Jay-Z album, but
you like it over the Blueprint?
That's a good one. I'm going to say just a notch above the Blueprint because it's sonically it's more consistent. I think some of the production on the Blueprint is a bit distractive, you know. And I'm gonna say this real quick. I know we got off, but some of the tracks on Blueprint I'm not in the mood for, like Ola Ovito. Like I'm not all the times I'm in the mood for that when I hear. So sometimes skip, right? But on Reasonable Doubt, I don't skip no track from Reasonable Doubt, you know. But yeah,
so crazy because Blueprint is my favorite album. You know, Blueprint. I put Reasonable. Well, I kind of changed Blueprint and Reasonable Doubt, whatever mood I'm in. But I feel like Reasonable Doubt was his best lyrically, and I feel like Blueprint was his best far as his confidence. You know what I'm saying? Like, you knew he was in that mode, like, oh, you know. But yeah, I like
Blueprint was the album that I saw a lot of people became Jay-Z fans when they heard it because it was prosperity gospel for niggas.
Yeah.
You know, you heard somebody talking like J.P. Morgan on the record. Up until then, there was a bit of the perspective of like the white man fucked me over, or, you know, the Jews are running everything. And, you know, those things are all true in the industry. But Jay-Z, that was the first time I think I saw people gravitate towards somebody talking like, I'm just going to start tearing shit up and buying it and blowing these companies up like I want to.
But he was talking about a seat at the table on the Blueprint. Because remember, a lot of the people who came before him was like either buck the system completely or come up. He was coming from a standpoint like, I want to be like what you said, the J.P. Morgan. I want to sit at the table with the Blue Bloods. That's the Blueprint. And
if I have to sacrifice 3 pigs and a goat.
Right. So on the Blueprint, he literally tells people you can follow this map. You could go sit at the table with a Bill Gates or any of these things, Oprah. You know, that whole talk that, you know, people had for over the years.
But all rappers, just like any other artist or musician, they do better when they take on a persona for their project. You know, Kendrick on all of his albums, it's like 5 different Denzel Washington roles, right? Drake actually does better. I know people don't look at him as a conceptual artist, but he does better with themes and concept. Think about it. So Far Gone. Fleeting youthful innocence, a young man transitioning into young adulthood from late teenage life, and now I'm stepping out on my own, right? Thank Me Later is Will I Be a Bust or Not? I feel confident. People giving me, they like, yo, you know, do you want to be Zion or you want to be LeBron, right?
No, you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's the blue pill, the blue and red pill talk on Thank Me Later. Like even Jay-Z was on there.
Yeah.
Hear how they gonna come for you.
Right.
We gonna light up. Right.
There's themes. No, like I get with everything else, but no, if you take your time, like then Drake, when he goes to Take Care, you know what? I am a sensitive R&B guy. I want to lean more into talking about my emotions, and it pulled the ladies in, right?
And also talking about having to deal with change. There's even on the cover, there's a bit of a mourning because it's like I'm reaching a status where the people in my neighborhood and the people who used to be very comfortable with me, I'm becoming a bit more alienated from them because I'm having all these riches.
Think about how he's saying
my dreams are coming true.
Yeah, my dreams are coming true. Some of my friends got deported, right? And so when you go over and look, if you're reading this is too late, that's him stepping out of that R&B bag a little bit to at the time to show like, bro, I get busy, I got bars, I got a lot of enemies, I got a lot of haters, and then nothing for the same. And nothing was the same. He knew 100% it wasn't going to be the same anymore, and that he's seen as a threat in the industry. But what I am saying is that these artists, and now he has this theme with Iceman. That's why I said it's a good chance he's going to connect because he's doing that theme and concept shit again for his take. J. Cole, you got to be careful with projects with J. Cole. If J. Cole is just rapping on backpack shit for every track, he can rap, but not all the time the album is going to be cohesive. But when he comes to you with themes, Forest Hill Drive, The Fall Off, KOD, Born Sinner, you know, and one thing I'll say, a lot of these niggas do need to get back to themes. Now, Jay-Z's theme is Revenge of the Fro. All right? I'm back outside. I cut my locks off. 50 Cent kept calling my dreadlocks gay painter shit. I'm back outside. Jay-Z may bring Dead Prez on stage at the stadium. You never know.
Hey, look, let me ask you something. Do you think Jay gonna cut his hair? If you think he gonna bring back Caesar, Jay?
That's if depending on if anything hits. If someone gives another good record or a good EP or album or something his way, he's definitely gonna cut it all the way low, and he's gonna come out and be ready.
Man, but look, oh man, I can't. It's gonna be a long summer. I'm gonna just say it like that.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be like that for Trump and the boys too. So man, we appreciate you, man, so much for calling in, player. Our last caller, you know, we went a little bit overtime with you, but you had such a great spirit, vibe, and talking points. We appreciate you so much, player.
Nah, appreciate y'all.
All right, y'all. Peace. Okay, thank y'all, folks. We capping it off on the calls on that one. Great job, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say all the fan bases. So far, y'all did pretty good in the chat. I would say most of you Kendrick fans and Drake fans and Jay-Z fans and Nicki fans.
We got called a few stand slurs up in here, but overall it's pretty low.
Some people gave us some strays, but
yeah.
Overall, so y'all see how y'all had harmony?
Yeah, fun.
In the chat, you had different hip-hop tribes.
Hip-hop.
In the chat. Together. Talking about hip-hop.
All right. So, folks, we're going to be ending on this note because I do have a very important interview that's going to be debuting with you guys in the next hour that I want you guys to please check it out.
Oh, it's already uploaded?
Not yet. Because I had to finish redoing some edits. But, yes, it's going to be uploaded. And who's that? There's still some people calling in. I'm sorry, folks. Y'all know more stuff will be happening. It's going to be more people in the chat cutting up. You guys will keep the lines open a little longer. But, yes, I want you guys to definitely check it out with Billion Godson. If you are in the 55th District, South LA, Crenshaw community, we know a lot of things that, you know, had been going on with your LA councilmen and people attacking folks and all this other type of stuff. So shouts out to Leimert Park, Africa Town, the Africa Town Coalition, you know, Billion Godson, Brandy Kane, and some of the other wonderful people out there as well. So I do, you know, at the very least, if we can, give that some attention and play. We've been posting for, you know, on our Instagram and Twitter. So these things are very important. What's the nigga's name? Isaac Bryan, still garbage. Still garbage.
Why you scaring people with that damn thing? You
Isaac,
know, some people
Byron, Bryan is still
to go
garbage.
To sleep.
Yeah. Wake your ass up. Stay woke. Niggas lying.
Stay woke.
So
niggas bleeding. They gon' find you. Gonna catch you sneaking.
I had caught myself from a very bad Diddy joke when you said that. So I'll leave it alone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to go too far. And then again, these things are serious. All right. So you guys know what time it is. You know, you guys have fun.
Don't you close your eyes.
Wait, you want to hit that? Go say it again.
No.
Said that I'm not no tap dancer. All right. OC says I'm going to sleep. Any last questions, finalities, folks? Jay-Z will smoke Drake. We will see what will take place. Shouts out to Nazir in the chat as well. Great show as always. We appreciate you too, Tim. Shouts out to Tim. Bruce, appreciate you calling in. Big Bruce on deck. Let's see. Anything else, Sam?
Yeah, my point is, if Drake trying to get the upper hand here, he would have to go with more of the humility, spiritual Nas route. I know a lot of people are going to be like, how can that nigga pull it off? You never know. And for Jay-Z, I think he basically responded to everybody he wanted to respond to. We'll see what happens. He
said he's going offense.
He's going offense.
He said going offense. He said, you know what?
Social media is really serious. I thought it was just a stupid niggas online twiddling their thumbs.
Right.
Some will say this is a little bit of a deadlock situation because of so many. I'm going to have to go look into the books on this one because there's so many different variables. I just know for Drake, he has to go the Nas route. I'm going to look into.
When you say that, people are gonna be like, "What you mean? He can't rap like Nas?"
Nah,
because when you say that,
they're gonna have to get. They're gonna have to guess. I know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
He knows what I'm talking about.
But do you know what
y'all don't know what I'm talking about?
But anyway, y'all, we just messing around right now.
With Jay-Z, it's really going to be. I think Jay-Z feels like his opponents are going to implode.
That's what he's pushing.
That's what he's pushing.
He's saying, look at these crazy niggas I'm battling.
So he's looking for
They're all crazy
detonators.
My wife's in the crowd.
You know what
he wants Nicki to implode, go on just rants. He wants Ye to go on a rant on stage. Yeah. He wants Drake to be all egoed up, very like what they said, cock strong or something. What is that saying?
It sounds like something white.
It probably is a white saying.
I don't know. Shouts out to the whites if you're listening, but it sounds like some shit y'all would say.
What's that saying they say?
Strong?
Yeah. But they want
so kind of getting to Pornhub territory. But I get what you're saying.
But Jay-Z just basically want them to be their own worst enemy and to fall on their own sword and him lighting it up on that. Drake and Nicki believe, look, Jay-Z fell for the trap. He fell for the trap. He fell for Iceman. Drake did his job. Drake's whole mission was to get Jay-Z outside.
Let me see what you're working with, old man.
Fuck all these other people who've been lit.
I want you.
Keeping him up. And that is the tactic that Drake did. Drake, his first part of the plan, it worked. Jay-Z's outside. But the whole thing with Nicki and them is like, can you execute it? Or is there going to be a reverse Uno? So we'll see.
Yeah, so, we'll see what takes place in this regard here. I know it's going to cause a lot of trouble. Now, Jay-Z is doing something interesting, and he is definitely stirring the waters. All right? And you guys can go look that up to see which fish will come out. And also, it could further some more confusion. Somebody said in the chat, well, what about Ak? Ak is going to crash out. No, he's not. He's going to take a different approach. He's already got his claws out and he's done some scratching. But there are some things Ak is going to be playing split about because allegedly in his own backyard, there's a lot of smoke screening going on. If you guys paid attention, you knew Jay-Z was coming outside. We told you guys Jay-Z was coming outside, but you knew Jay-Z was coming outside. If you guys go look at like some of them old Mortal Kombats, they had one ninja. He was in a black suit named Smoke. Every time Smoke showed up, there was smoke everywhere. And listen to what some of the people that have been anti-Jay-Z in media that are big, that are like they got a lot of attention on them. Listen to what they've been saying for the past 2 or 3 days. Some funny business was going on with them. I said, Jay-Z's coming outside.
Academics is going to play this calculated. I think Academics had learned from 2024. He learned and studied how at that moment his side was at a disadvantage. I think some people did waste their time trying to turn Academics against Drake. We said it even in 2024.
Fluke.
All the industry people who was trying to get Academics away from Drake, we said that's not going to happen. Culturally, Drake is just a better figurehead for Academics. there's more relatability there too because they're both of the millennial generation, and I'm talking about from Act's standpoint, with the diary rap and the music and the R&B hip hop fusion and all that Academics likes. So we said all the people who was wasting time trying to get Academics away from Drake, it wasn't going to work.
Wasn't going to happen, shout
Now, while Academics was becoming wiser, people were still trying to convert him, and then you see after ASAP was talking too much, because I personally think ASAP rushing over to Academics' platform, to think that he can flip him as well, I think that was a dumb tactical move. And
they tried.
Academics, he paid attention to all that. He proved that there was some point of what took place that Academics probably already made his connect all the way with Drake. Yeah. And they were probably watching all the people who kept trying to give him, certain type of invitations.
There was a lot of people, that to Sid's point,
that were failing.
Yeah, they were trying to make that connection. And
go ahead.
Oh, you good? Oh, you sure?
You could go ahead and then I'll finish up.
No. Go ahead. See what you got to say.
Well, I think a lot of people haven't been paying attention. Academics hasn't even been all the way moving to the same extent of what y'all saw in the 2024 battle. This is why losses are only as painful as the person who don't learn from those losses. So we'll see what is taking place in this particular situation. But I do think that Academics, like even the fact that he already peeped the fact that Charlemagne is ratty. And what I mean by a rat, it's not about perfection. We know that allegations, Academics and Charlemagne both have allegations. It's the fact that Academics has made his flag be known. He already stood where he stand with OVO and with Drake. He finally figured out that Charlemagne was trying to be a sneaky mentor, a backstabbing type of energy. And he figured it out and he called it out.
Well, and also to Academics' direction. Also for him, Charlemagne is not as valuable because now you're sitting next to Drake officially. You seen on camera being co-signed by Drake, and Drake is moving in this direction. But that was one of the telltale signs that Jay-Z was going to be coming outside because Charlemagne says the radio leopard tried to whisper in his ear. And when he felt that radio leopard's whiskers on his ear, he said, "Nah, I do not trust you." Now, you guys know in The Godfather, the person that brings you the message is usually the rat, or they're part of the scheme themselves. So we'll see where that goes. Now,
also, I would like to also double down on that. When you said the person who gives the message, it's in your inner circle.
It's always that. It's always intimate.
We're not talking about people online sending you things and all that. We don't know each other. When someone has been a mentor to you, or they've been running the streets with you, or they right there next to you, and somehow they know everything except for who it is who's doing it.
They know who's doing it.
That means they know who's doing it.
But they're not going to tell you.
And Academics felt he figured it out because it was a weird call. If you call someone and say, "Yo, you about to get hit up," then that means you know who about to hit me up. Just say the name.
You don't want
If you don't say it, then you the person who doing it, who are part of it.
You don't want me to know because you don't want me to duck, which means you don't want them to miss. That's the point.
It's kind of like someone getting your nerves all worked up, so you could be paranoid and not know what direction it's coming from.
Yeah, it's another telltale sign that Jay-Z was coming outside. So when Jay-Z comes outside, people let you know. Now, that is when the Rock Nation flag niggas do show you their gang signs. When Jay-Z come outside, then they start throwing up their fingers. Now nigga holds the greatest. All right? So I think it's all funny. Probably not for them, but again, we got other things to take care of, too, by the way, so we do appreciate everybody this wonderful moment. Saying you did a fantastic job, love. All right? So put that out there. All right.
Billion Godson here. Again, like he said, we're running for state assembly seat for the 55th district. We know the egregious act that was committed upon the black community by the incumbent, the sitting incumbent. And we need some new blood in there. And this is the man for the job. Right. Tried and true activist, stomped down, boots on the ground for decades now. I was campaigning for him recently out on a solo mission, and I handed the flyer to a sister, and she said, oh, I saw him standing up for Chef Maryland. So he got my vote. So, the word is out there. It's getting out there. This was a stranger that I met, and she had already been familiar with Billion and his works. So that's just one of many examples of the community works that this brother has been doing, has continued to do throughout this campaign. And we thank all of you for your support. Dewan B, thank you for all your support. Thought
That's
Crimes,
right.
Thank you guys for all your support.
That's right.
All the individuals that signed the petition, everybody that we've come across in the field. We really appreciate the support. And even those that's not supporting so much, we see y'all too, and it's all good because, we understand that we on the right side of this reparations fight. We on the right side of the good, fighting the good fight against racism. And we doing our part right here in Los Angeles, California. So just shout out to everybody that is doing this work across the nation. We see y'all. I heard the little the Melrose clip in that intro in the beginning. I thought that was cool, a little addition. He recently followed me on social media. So we all are connected, and the gap is closing between regional differences and things of that nature. We do have the World Wide Web that has brought us all closer together, and that we're able to have these discussions and these conversations in a much more cohesive manner. And we out here, we doing the good work. Y'all go to billionis55.com, and June 2nd, look for that name on that ballot and cast your vote.
And I sing because I'm free. His eye is on the sparrow.
Oh my God, what's this?
And I sing happy. And I sing happy. And I sing happy. And I sing
We are all the same. We are all the same.
More group
Coming through your airwaves. All right, now I'm here to kick the ballistics. Check out Thought Crimes. Are you following me? Coming through your airwaves. Coming through your airways. You ain't gonna get me with that one.